Hello. I'm really close to my mic. In case you couldn't tell, I'm extraordinarily close to my mic. I'm so close, in fact, that I can actually feel my mic. Whoa, I just heard myself. I'm really gonna have to turn down Mamiya. It's so loud. Yeah, it's quite loud. But that's okay. I'm being like all those streamers you sometimes see who are like right on their mic. Like I'm literally resting my face against my mic. It's great. I can get that nice, deep, close, like, audio feel. Yeah. It's great. There's so many clients. The official lunar client? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just use fabric? I'm just closing everything. I realize that there's a typo in my title too. That's not good. Oh, I can't hear it, but you can probably hear it. There we go. Okay. Now, aside from that, I'm just start the stream. Like, yeah. In a semi-serious fashion. Oh, I closed. Wait. I was like, wait a second. Why don't I hear anything? It's because I closed the stream. I can't hear the stream because I'm not listening to it. I've closed it. There's an idea. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that closing the stream would make it so I can't hear it? I might want to move my mic. Maybe to a better spot. But you'll find out why the stream is titled the way it is. This works. Well, I guess it's always better. It's better when I start it. I was just thinking about how the but no, I'm pretty sure. Okay, which app? No. Okay, cool. Thanks for that. No, that's also not what I want. No, that's also not what I want. There we go. I'm trying to pull up the control center on my iPad, and it kept, like, picturing the stream, and then just kept on bringing up the top-down menu. It was not very helpful. There we go. I probably should have my mic... Actually, I can just extend my mic arm like this really far down, and then tilt it so it's in front of me. Because I don't actually need to worry about my arms right now. That also means that I can do this, and I can get really close to my mic. I can improve the listening experience for everybody. Just get really close here. Okay. close switch. I also forgot that Mamiya, let me change these, make sure these are all right. This should be okay. Mamiya worked on this fun thing. Is this working? Where it doesn't want to game capture. I don't know why, it just doesn't want to game capture. So that's fun. Everyone loves that. Okay, cool, it is working. Anyway, I realized something else while I was editing. I haven't been streaming because I've been trying to get the VODs up on YouTube. I've realized that part of it is because I have not been using 265, so I've spent pain just sitting and waiting for CPU encoding instead of using my graphics card, which is nice and fun. But let's move over here. Now you might be saying, wait a second, what happened to Morichika? What happened to Morichika? Well, fun fact, I'm going to recenter my camera. I don't know what happened to Morichika either. He kind of just like disappeared. So back in whenever the last time we streamed this was, we were like partway into Morichika's part of the story, except apparently there's the big update with Doomsday, the Doomsday something. I don't know what it's called, Doomsday something. And it was the DLC. It was like a final bonus part to Mamiya, and they revamped base Mamiya as well. It depends. It depends on how this goes. I might buy the DLC. It depends on how much I like the story. But the two routes here, the downfall route and then the other route, have been like revamped. So all the character routes have changed. And so if you go here to my load page, you'll see that yeah, I don't have any saves. And if I go to the title screen and I go to like my CG list, yeah, I don't have any of my CGs. The music, which you can play. I can't hear it though. Do I have to play it? Oh, do I not have it? Can I not play it because I don't have it? I can't. Yeah, so we don't have anything. We've lost it all. It's all gone. And I just realized the reason why I can't hear anything is because I muted the game. So now we should be able to hear... is this gonna pull me back? Okay, no. Now we should be able to hear the music. And it's so loud, isn't it? This game is so loud. I've already turned it down, but it's so loud. But yeah, so... Now, does this play? Yeah. Oh, this is what this was called. I like this one. I remember this one. This one was a fun one. Okay. I'm just pausing and then pausing the stream so it catches up. Or at least skips forward a little bit. Okay. But either way, there is no more Morichika. He is gone. He's been reduced to atoms. The save that we had with Morichika is gone. It's done. It's over. So we're gonna have to go through again. Oh, so this is what this was. Okay. So this has been improved from last time. This is Doomsday Dreams. This is the new part. This is the DLC. Previously we had fall down and downfall, and we were almost to downfall, I think, because we were on the last part of fall down, which was Morichika's route. But now we're back to the beginning, and yeah, we've got the intro. Oh no, wait, yeah, because we were on Morichika Haruki. Because we'd already done Minato's, we'd already done Yo's, and we'd done Kato's. I don't know, this is in a different order. But we only had one left, and then the outro. But now... Oh wait, hold on. Actually, you know what? On. Gung 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 gung. And then we can always look at the log. Oops, I've unfull screened the game. I forgot. Okay, so make it yourself, keep praying for it. Let's make it yourself. Let's make it ourselves. I have no other choice. Yeah, we have to make it. We're not gonna make it. Okay. And then what's our log? Let's see. All reminiscing. And we shared it with others. I wanted the world to end. This looks a lot nicer. This does look a lot nicer. Yes, sure. Think nothing of it. Think nothing of it. Think nothing of it. Think nothing of it. Okay. Now the only thing is, I don't know if this will let us select her out or we'll have to go through and do things, but hopefully it just lets us choose. You can tell there's no, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, this is more Chica's. Yep. More Chica. Yeah, Kyoko, blah, blah, blah. That voice didn't belong to now. Okay. We were just past this part. We were at the part where he said he was gonna meet. He was gonna go over and meet after the call. So this actually worked out perfectly. I don't know if we have to do all of the routes. If we do, I'll just skip through them. That shouldn't take too much time. There's no way I'd spot them like this. I only really knew their voice. They probably noticed me if I raised my phone. Hell, maybe they were doing the same thing. I was still looking around the station trying to find someone who fit that description, when suddenly a commotion of sorts erupted. This is gonna be so much fun. This is gonna be so much fun. I ignored it and kept looking around. Huh? Could it be? No way, is that really her? I heard a stir in the crowd and turned to look at the source. And then I saw her. Tom saw her? Saw her? I hardly know her. She looks like Mika, Christmas Mika. What's this music? She had long, silky black hair and wore an elegant skirt graced dancefully in the night breeze. We'll call her Stilky. Like Silk from Shadows of Valentia. She looked like someone from another dimension. Then again, her outfit wasn't anything unusual in this part of town. I continued staring at the maid holding her phone up. The maid was surrounded by typical nerds who were taking her pictures as she raised the phone high. The girl blushed and seemed to even be trembling a little. Bingo. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. I won't have to do the voices for the other characters because we can just skip through all of their things because I don't care if they're different. Even though they might be different. Hi. What voice should we give her? I think this is the first female character we've met so far that wasn't Ryo's little sister. Well, I guess technically they were the parents too. But I'm not counting them. I'm not counting the two mobs. What voice should we give her? What is it? If it's pictures you want, go right ahead. That voice. The girl's eyes widened. She seemed to recognize me as well. You're... Who are you? How dare you address our beloved Cinderella without permission? This is so much fun. One of the geeks surrounding the maid barked something at me, but I ignored him. So you had a thing going with Natsumi, I see. Hey, you will show proper respect or... Oh, here's the name. Mina. Okay, that's what I wondered. Maybe I should give her, I don't know. So, what did you want to tell me? Maybe I'll give her that voice. You sure you want me to say it here in front of everyone? Very well, follow me then. Mina. Hard to... Oh no, that's man B, not group. Hard to believe Mina's actually a friend, actually friends with a guy like that. Or maybe it's her boyfriend? I did the cooking event in Genshin, so I got some primo Mika voice lines. So I'm all primed up and like, actually, his lance and crossbow are ready. They don't look like an item to me. He's pretty handsome though. Mina, who is this man? Is he your boyfriend? Settle down, everyone. He's just the acquaintance of a friend. I have something important to discuss with him alone. Don't worry, it'll be fine. But we can't possibly leave you alone with a man like that. I appreciate the concern, but I'll be alright, really. You heard the lady. Disperse. One of the guys... Oh, that's not his voice. One of the guys waved the onlookers away. Mina, shake my hand. The elite nerds were... I mean, it's gonna be so hard transitioning in and out of his voice. The elite nerds were reluctant. They walked off, turning around and holding a thumbs up as they did. She responded with a wink, then turned around and left with me in tow. Me in tow? Me in tow? Wasn't he one of the other characters that we listened to last time? We should be able to talk here in peace. I guess. I was surprised. Man, sure didn't expect to run into a maid. Was Natsume your old master or something? Trust me, I'm just as surprised as you are. I didn't realize Natsume had such trashy friends. I'll take that as a compliment. You famous or something? That was quite a commotion back there. At least it made it easier for you to find me. You never told me your name or what you looked like. Ellipses. Not like any of that matters now. Let's cut to the chase. What did you want to tell me? Hey, what's the hurry? Let's grab something to eat first. As I started opening the menu, the maid stopped me by putting her hand on the table. Answer me. Why in such a rush? Guy's already dead. How dare you? Her sudden outburst made the surface of her black tea tremble. I could see her frowning face in its reflection. Don't you care about his death? Doesn't it make you feel anything? Why did a kind-hearted person like him have to die? Why? Even during the funeral, I could barely contain myself. Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Did you sing? Huh? Why did I even ask that? As though to distract from my fuck-up, I made my next move and spoke with a weight to my words. There's something off about his death. I can feel it in my gut. The words I said after an emphasized and irritating pause were nothing but my usual lies. It reminded me of the many times I bullshitted my way into some woman's bed just so I can mooch off them. This is very fun. Yet the maid reacted in a way I didn't expect. Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. She leaned forward and pounded the table, spilling some of the tea in the process. Oh, sorry, I got a little carried away. It's fine. So, you suspect something? Yes, and I've always wanted to discuss it with someone. It's almost like you've read my mind. I averted my eyes as relief washed over the girl's face. This phone. Natsume actually handed it to me before his death. Don't you find that a little odd? Yeah, you don't normally hand off the hub of all your private information to a stranger. I sure as hell wouldn't. It's almost like he knew he would die. After his funeral was over, I began to think that maybe he'd given this to me for a reason. She looked down at the black object and touched it like something dear. You check what's inside? No, I couldn't bring myself to. I was about to lock it away deep in a shelf, but then you called. I don't understand why he had to die. He wasn't the type to just Shivering, she clutched Natsume's phone tightly in her hands. It sorta reminded me of Natsume when I saw him praying at church that one time. I have a favor to ask you. Would you help me investigate Natsume's death? I met her gaze with mine. Those round black eyes, her refined, attractive features, and that pleading look all triggered my masculine instincts to protect her. Protect her? I hardly know her. Yeah, I'll pass. Huh? I'll do it on one condition, though. Hold her hand, grab her hand. Look at this, hold her hand. Hold her, I hardly know her. Grab her, I hardly know her. Yellow. It was all yellow. I clasped her hands in mine, including the phone she was still holding. Let me stay at your place tonight. That's my one condition. He got about like 10 years younger when he squinted his eyes. Fine, I'll get us a taxi. I had no trouble picking up girls. This was no exception, but is it wrong to try and do it in a dungeon? I moistened my parched throat with the cold coffee I ordered. The taxi parked down in front of the cafe. Mina climbed in the back, but when I tried to follow her, I felt a sudden explosion of pain in my stomach. It's the ulcer again. The last thing I saw before collapsing was a slender leg peeking out from under her skirt. Oh, she actually... Yeah, that's the ulcer. I'd rather keep my personal life separate from this. I think that'd be best for the both of us. In any case, I'll see you again some other time. Driver, step on it. The door slammed shut right in front of my nose, and before I could process everything that had just happened, the taxi sped off in the darkness. That fucking bitch. I was left alone and shivering at the side of the road. Guess I'm sleeping at a manga cafe tonight. Wrinkling my nose at the characteristic smell of manga cafes that was more or less a unique blend of tobacco and shit, I headed toward the room they'd assigned to me. I opened the door with a large yawn. Weren't they at one in Citrus? Wasn't that one of the things? She looks like somebody. She kind of looks like the girl in World's Finest Assassin. But the outfit reminds me of something else. Oh, she looks like Alice. It's like the dress Alice was wearing in Sword Art. But she looks like someone else. I don't know. And found a girl sleeping on the floor inside. Hell? What in the... Sam, man? Did I get the wrong room? Or did I just accidentally stumble into a crime scene? A body has been discovered! As a myriad of possibilities flashed through my mind, the girl opened her eyes. Haruki? What did she just say? She looks like Index now because of like her little cross thing. How you brat? How you know my name? Are you okay? Buster Wolf. When I opened my eyes again, the girl was right in front of me. Oh, is this Mamiya? Are you okay? Do you have your medicine? You have to take your medicine or you'll have another episode. Taking a step back, I threw a glare at the oddly dressed girl. How'd she know about that? You pushed the nurse call button, didn't you? Huh? What? Don't be scared. I came to answer your call. I'm Mamiya. You're Mamiya. Kira? You're fucking nuts. Wait, that's not his voice. I wasn't saying it, boo. You're fucking nuts to what you are. Get the hell out of my room. Relax. Oh, this is gonna be awful. This is gonna be awful trying to switch between their voices. They're so different. She wrapped her arms around me. Hell are you? Everything will be alright, Haruki. There's no need to be scared. As her words kept echoing in my mind, I felt my eyelids grow heavier and heavier. Although my brain was firing off all the red flags in the world, I simply couldn't fight the drowsiness. Can't fight... No, that's not what it is. Can't stop the feeling, so just sleep. Good night, Haruki. Haruki. Oh, wow. Your hair's a mess. See, you didn't shave either. You're a little... Huh? Isn't that Mina? What's she doing here? Who's this? A kind soul who shared his food with me. Whoa, you're actually here. The real deal is something else. Hey, can you sign my... Let's go. Wait, Mina? Go where, exactly? A place related to Natsume, I suppose. Isn't it best to start by talking to those he was close to? In that case... His school, his nerd friends. Let's go talk to his nerd friends. Why not look for his nerd friends? Didn't he go to your live concert or whatever? I don't appreciate the way you said that, but yes, that's about all I can look into. The maid took out... That's not his voice. The maid took out Natsume's phone and showed me the screen. See this? I found an invitation on his phone. According to the date, it was sent out 2 days before Natsume disappeared. What's the place? A cafe on the 3rd floor of the urban building. It's not too far, actually. I say we head there right now. Excuse me. Wait, this is a good part. Mina? Mina's here? Why? We just want to ask some questions. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Because of my funny accent? There's something we'd like to know. I'll tell you whatever you want. Oh no, that was Mina. Has anyone here participated in an IRL meetup about 2 weeks ago? Well, I'd say at least half the people here have. We're a group of fans currently airing anime. Currently airing anime. And this is a continuation from last time, since we felt we didn't say enough. Well, that's good. Natsume was here last time, right? I want to know more about him. Their faces clouded over as soon as the maid mentioned Natsume's name. Natsume? Is that his real name? Yes? Oh, I see. We only know each other by our nicknames. Oh. We'd know who you're talking about if you gave it to us. Sorry. Sorry we can't help. It's okay, thank you. Anyway, maybe you were talking about... Cocteau? He said he'd go to your mini live concert. Maybe I should make one of them sound like this. No, that's too close to Minato's voice. Could you tell me more about this Cocteau? We hadn't seen him online too much, and the first time he came to participate was 2 weeks ago. He said he'd love to drop by again, but then he just up and disappeared. It's normal to not know what people online do for a living, but Cocteau was on another level. He seemed to be pretty passionate about participating in your events, though. I see. Mina? Thank you for your time. What you've told us helped a great deal. With that said, I really must go now. Wait. Could you shake hands with me? No fair. I want that too. I'd be glad to. You'll have to form a line, though. I didn't seem to know much. What's the point of questioning people that don't even know his name? The fact they don't know much about his personal life is precisely the point. People tend to reveal more about themselves in an anonymous environment. That reminds me, I never even asked your name. The maid pointing at her badge. I'm Mina. No, I mean your real name. As long as I wear this, I have no other name. Amina has no name. I'm Mina the maid. There was a strong will reflected in your dark eyes. The maid lowered her gaze, looking somewhat remorseful for not fully answering my question. I doubt someone like you would understand. There seemed to be some deep reason behind it. I guess. Still, I didn't feel like pushing the question. She was right. I really couldn't comprehend why someone would adopt a fake name. if all it did was fill him with guilt. Anyway, we should head to the next IRL meetup. She suddenly clapped her hands as if to motivate herself, taking me by surprise. Whoa, you still want to keep doing this? Of course, this wasn't the only meetup he attended, you know. Let's keep moving, we have no time to waste. Okay, I get it. Slow down for God's sake. Looks like we managed to lose him. It's that goddamn outfit of yours. Stands out like a sore thumb. Fuck. I kept staring at the ground while I was still trying desperately to catch my breath. That's when I saw Mina's hand. Mina's hand? Oh, I must have scraped it on something when we were running. She tried to downplay it, but her entire knuckle was covered in blood. Knuckles the echidna? We gotta disinfect it. Huh? It's just a scratch. I don't think... Shut up and tell me where the closest drugstore is. I grabbed her other hand and hurried out of the alley. I washed the maid's hand with cold water. Through my wet hands, I could feel her body trembling. Just a scratch my ass. The wound itself doesn't hurt. It's just the water that stung a little. Yeah, whatever you say. Come on, raise your arm. She obediently followed my commands. I used wet toilet paper to clean her wound, then taped the gauze on top of it. Gauze! The gauze! There. You should be fine now. Let's go. Huh? You want something else? Thank you very much. I figured I should thank you properly. Don't mention it. You have a surprisingly gentle side to you. You always say one word too many, you know that? After splitting with Mina, I spent some time thinking. As I walked through the dark streets, that maid's resigned smile kept flashing into my mind. The smile felt like it showed an emotion I knew well. I understood completely that it was just an illusion born from my self-consciousness and desire to dominate. I knew all that, and yet... The night was getting darker. Ah! As our moist skin touched, I felt almost like I'd melt alive. If he gets melted at the end of his story, that's going to be wild foreshadowing. Ha! But no matter how much time passed, my thirst would never fade. Oh, Haruki. I didn't understand why. I only thought I did. I was always alone. Except for Mamiya. I stepped out onto the veranda to light a cigarette. The outside air wasn't as cold as I expected, and it embraced me gently. I thought I hated winter, but I guess nights like this aren't too bad either. I closed my eyes and let the cigarette smoke billow around me. I don't remember her voice. I assume this is Mamiya. You shouldn't smoke. Hearing someone's voice from behind me made me jump. Yeah, figured. The fuck? Shh. The girl pressed a finger to her lips, stopping the scream in my throat. You shouldn't wake her up. It took a long while for her to finally fall asleep. She reminds me of Siegewin. I took a step away from the girl and lit another cigarette, despite still feeling a little on edge. She had to be a manifestation of the stress that had been building in me from doing all sorts of things outside my comfort zone. I figured I'd just have to ignore her and she'd eventually disappear. I have no idea what these sound effects are. Phew. Come now, I told you to stop doing that. I once again made an attempt to ignore the strangely translucent girl, but her voice rang out like it was seeping directly into my brain. You do it knowingly, I see. The girl closed her big, round eyes in a reprimanded fashion. I exhaled a silent breath, neither acknowledging nor denying her statement. Aren't you freezing out here? I'm gonna try and make her sound like Nahida. I think that's what I'm gonna try. I've been waiting for this for ages. What is it? This moment? I have no idea what she says. Smoking is bad enough. You don't want to compound it with a cold. It's going to affect your lungs. When she said that, I nearly dropped my cig. How do you... I'm your nurse, remember? My lips were quivering at this point, and all she did was smile. I was gonna have to seriously reevaluate some things. Who are you? I'm Mamiya. You're Mamiya. The moon shone upon the two figures standing on the balcony. The silky hair of the girl calling herself Mamiya gleamed in the cold evening light. The air spreading through my lungs was a mixture of cigarette smoke and inertia. This town had changed its appearance in the time between the last and the first trains. The slumbering souls made no sound. They merely drifted around in limbo, waiting for the sky to whiten. Hey, want to take a short walk? As I turned my head, Mamiya was there, smiling in the darkness. We made our way down the street in the middle of the night. The world was at its strangest between 3 and 4 in the morning. For most people, this time went by without them realizing, but to me, it was the most important hour of the day. Mamiya, as cheery as ever, walked beside me with calm, deliberate steps. Hello, Ino. I slightly lowered my speed to let her tiny legs keep up with mine. Always with the legs. My thoughts kept coming back to Natsume's death. I wondered if spending time with that maid had affected my brain. Is he insane in the brain? Is he insane in the membrane? How am I? I'm doing pretty good. I briefly had a moment of panic when I realized that the game had updated and deleted all of my old saves. But after mashing through a bunch of stuff, we've somehow gotten on to the route that we were on last time. So it should be good. What is this game? This is Mamiya. I don't know what the game is about, and I don't know what's happening. All I know is that it's a game. It's something. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't even explain it. I hardly understand what's happening. All I know is that the beginning part of this game is 4 independent stories. Cool. I don't know what it is, but cool. Exactly. It's something. It's about this dude named Natsume who died, and these 4 other dudes who all knew him, but like all of their stories are mutually exclusive to each other. So I have no idea what's happening. Currently, I guess we're with this dude Haruki Morishika, who I've decided to give a country accent to be funny. And he is I guess he's met this maid girl or something that knew Natsume, and they're trying to figure out what happened when he died. We just don't know. Body was discovered after he'd gone missing for 3 days. And by the time of the funeral, it had already been cremated. All we did was place flowers on a closed coffin. There were plenty of rumors. Some thought it was an accident, others speculated murder. The possibility of suicide came up as well, of course. I don't understand why he had to die. He wasn't. Oh, this is I think Mina. He wasn't the type to just. Remembering Natsume made me think of the words the maid said. Horror game? No, I don't think it's a horror game. Actually, what is Steve? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I think I accidentally hit a hotkey to make it start skipping text. Oh no. Okay. Store page. Mamiya. Oh well, it does say psychological horror. It does say psychological horror, so maybe. What did we miss? What did we miss? We skipped through so much stuff. The sound roared as a flash covered the sky. Was that lightning had struck somewhere? It's alright. Everything's alright, Haruki. Did it light anything on fire? I wondered how it felt to be struck by lightning. Probably not good. What would be the last thing you saw before getting fried alive? Probably the lightning. I see. Sorry for not being of much help, Mina. It's okay, I do appreciate your assistance. The guys by the door started talking again. They were discussing their hobbies and having a good time with their friends. I inspected the fully decorated Christmas tree just to kill some time. It was covered in illumination. The scene filled me with nostalgia. It was warm to the touch. Clutching it harder made my fingers also reflect the light. I waited in front of the entrance till Mina came out and shook her head. It would help if we could figure out where he was during the time he went missing. Yeah. What kind of response is that? The main street had been decked out in Christmas lights, making the town look livelier than usual. And I spotted Mina blowing some warm air into her hands. My body moved on its own, and I gently placed my jacket on her shoulders. Like Jacob Sartorius? What gives? Just put this on. Thank you. Don't worry though, I hand out flyers while dressed like this all the time. I shouldn't let this maid uniform go to waste. Ah. Ooh. Wait. I don't actually know. I don't have the sound effect for that. Did he just die in Roblox? Are you okay, Buster Wolf? I'm sorry. He's just too excited about Christmas. Come on, apologize to the nice lady. I'm sorry. It's alright. I understand being excited about Christmas. I am too. Mina gently squeezed the kid's hand and urged him to follow his family. They turned around a few times, bowing their head until they finally disappeared in the crowd. In that moment, my eyes met with the kids. I averted my gaze almost unconsciously. I glanced to my side and saw Mina still waving them goodbye with a warm smile. Are you planning to spend Christmas with a special someone? I don't do that kind of stuff. Do you like me or something? I don't do that kind. You like me or something? Huh? What? Fancy me or something? What? Of course not. Where did that come from? Look at you getting all flustered. How cute. Cute? That's not why I asked. Then why? I brought my face closer just to mess with her a bit. Could you please keep a distance? Mind repeating that? I didn't quite catch it. You're so annoying. This is funny. She let out a cough and assumed a more maid-like stance. This reminds me that we never actually had a proper chat. Want to go grab something to eat? Sure, I'll reserve a table at the place I frequent. Cool. I expected a firm refusal like usual, so I didn't know how to react when she actually agreed. Well, whatever. It's nice here. Both the customers and staff are used to maid uniforms, so nobody cares I'm wearing one. I wouldn't expect less from a maid working in Akihabara. She knew the area and its establishments better than me. This place was kind of buried and seemed like a mix of a plain restaurant and a bar. Sure enough, nobody here made a big deal about the maid. You upload videos, right? You dance? My question made her choke on what she was eating. Hey, well, watch it. I didn't expect you to ask that. I do, though I really didn't want anyone to upload their sneak vids from events. But since the regulars wanted to see the new stuff, I cooperated with the cafe to record a new one. And that's it. That's so. Fun? I guess it is. There's a lot of rude comments flowing by. Though there were some people who came to the cafe and became fans because of it. Why are you a maid anyway? Huh? There's other part-time jobs out there. Pay that good? I'm not so sure. Huh? I really don't know why I'm doing all this. Hey, maid. I wanted to dress cute. That's all there is to it. We left the place and got onto the path to the station. The real question, though, is, can we big brain it and say that that's Minato? We'll have to see. I'll have to look at her closer the next time I see her. That could totally be Minato. I'd believe it. Right? Right? This could totally be Minato. Or it could be, but I think I've seen them in. I think I've seen both of them in pictures before on Steam. But we can have that based on Minato's story chapter, his little like story part. I think it'd be funnier if it was Minato, because then from like my perspective, we've got Mina who's got like she talks like this, and she sort of has the neutral voice I give to the female characters. Whereas when we were doing Minato's, I made him sound like this because I thought it'd be funny. I thought it'd be funny if he was like, "That's gnarly, bro," and I just think that's really funny, the dichotomy. Although, canonically, I guess in the story, Minato has a pretty high register, or like a fairly high register. So, let me guess, you'll just spend the holidays at some random girl's place. Ah, no. I exhaled a long breath, and looked at the garlands hung on the doors of various shops, as well as the red lamps glued to the streetlights. Christmas always ended up reminding me of home. Huh? The North Pole. You know, I'm actually an elf. You never mind, forget I said anything. Come on, talk to me. It's a pretty lame story. Kinda happens to everyone, you know? Was born an elf, got too tall, kicked out of the North Pole, now I'm here. Well, then, maybe they'll help us discover something we have in common. We had a large Christmas tree in the living room. We decorated it with stuff we kept in a box that'd be untouched any other time of the year. Both the paper boxes for holding presents and the shiny ball ornaments were a lot lighter than they looked. My brother and I would hang up the decorations, check the results to see if it's balanced, then switch their places. It was my job to put the star on top. I couldn't reach it by myself, so I had to stand in a chair. Then we waited for Dad to come home and had a feast of a dinner with cakes for dessert. Pretty boring story, huh? Not at all. I really enjoyed it. You say so. For a while, we kept walking without saying anything to each other. But then Mina suddenly stopped before a corner and turned to face me. If you really have no plans to spend Christmas with anyone in particular, how about coming over to my cafe? We'll be holding our own Christmas party. We'll even have a girl who actually attends a pastry school. Her cakes are just as good as the ones you can buy at shops. Huh? It may not end up being as memorable as your childhood, but do come by if you're in the mood, okay? I bet you're just trying to increase your sales. Perhaps. I'll think about it. Please do. With that, Mina clasped the hem of her skirt, gave me a deep curtsy. For a brief moment, the bustling cityscape around us ceased to exist. I felt like I'd been transported into a different dimension altogether, like a Victorian castle or an old mansion, or maybe a staycation or a sanatorium. What? Christmas party, huh? Christmas party, huh? As I exhaled the cigarette smoke, the scent of vanilla hit my nostrils. Nostradamus? I hurriedly tightened my facial muscles to stop my lips from curling into a faint smile. A movie theater? I didn't realize they showed movies this late into the night. One adult ticket, please. You don't need to buy one for me. Children don't seem to be allowed inside anyway. There's almost no one in here. Likely because you're the only one who would actually watch movies at this hour. Small theater. It's almost always like this. Oh, this isn't your first time then? I come here whenever I can't sleep. This reminds me that you've often stayed up late to read. Seriously, who are you? I told you, I'm Mamiya. How come I'm the only one who could see you? You're the only one that pushed the nurse call button. Why do you know things about me? I'm one of the few who understands you. Yeah, right. I mean it. I also know about that island that your brother talked about. Why do you know that? The lights were still on. I stood up and closed the distance with Mamiya still sitting next to me. Haruki? I'm gonna ask again. Just who the hell are you? And why do you know so much about me? Calm down, Haruki. He even knew about Treasure Island. Haruki, you're hurting me. That island. The island? Gilligan's Island? It doesn't exist? What? I wonder who said that. Was that Mamiya? Before I knew it, the lights had already gone out and the movie began to play. Wait, this wasn't the movie I paid to see. Haruki? My neck refused to move. The film continued to play. My eyes were open wide, like Sylvain's quick quote. And I was made to watch a film I didn't want to. Clockwork Orange? Within the light, I saw the face of a man I didn't know. Rentaro Amami? Filth that reminded one of vermin crawling on the ground. It was all over the screen. abuse, tragedy upon tragedy, some Rantaro Amami. It all converged upon the Treasure Island. Treasure Island, a small patch of dirt on the UK's sea. Despite the name, it had very few actual treasures to offer. It was an uninhabited island in a high latitude, making snowfall there the whole year round. What voice should we give him? How do you feel, Haruki? Wouldn't it be really funny if he didn't have an accent? Bro, better today. The air pressure's gotten higher. So, where will you take me today? How about Barcelona? Back in the day, I spent more time in the hospital than at home. I barely even showed up at school. Oh. Interesting. I'm learning so many things about the hotkeys on keyboard. And I had no friends to speak of either. My brother was pretty much the only person I'd interacted with. I'd discuss everything with him. He was like a close friend. The memory was piling up like thin sherbet, as though to make a mountain. And that might have been enough for me at the time. The time. While I was stuck in the hospital room, my brother would tell me about foreign lands while pointing them out in a guidebook map. While he did often go outside the country for his studies, that must have included places he didn't know about. Despite that, listening to him always made me feel like I could feel the air and smell the scents in those lands. What are we gonna do today? Let's see. Oh, that's odd. I could have sworn I had that book with me. Are we taking a break? Guess it was bound to happen at one point. Well, actually, today I'll tell you about the Treasure Island. Treasure Island? I've already read that novel. No, it's about a treasure island that no one knows about. It's a small island to the north of Great Britain, a quiet, serene little place. It's a place where the sun rarely shows itself. It's a world shrouded in silver, with snow as far as the eye can see. There's a lone house standing there though. Its windows are lit up, but if you go in to investigate, you'll find the house completely empty. However, inside, you'd find some fresh, warm bread and soup, as if it was made just for you. Often pausing to find his words, my brother told me about the island. I was completely enraptured by his tale, and even asked a bunch of questions of my own. My brother would close his eyes and heave a long sigh, and dutifully answered each and every one of them. For me, that was enough. I was having trouble breathing. You'll never love anyone, such a poor boy. Oh no, that's not a low voice devoid of emotion. That wasn't that voice. That's more like you'll never love anyone, such a poor boy. Devoid of emotion makes it monotone. You'll never love anyone, such a poor boy. Yet even still, I understood. The freezing chill of the snow sticking my face felt heavy and painful beyond words. Haruki, let me make it clear. The Treasure Island doesn't exist. You will spend your whole life unable to love anyone. It's a devoid of emotion. Treasure Island is my only source of support in a world of white ceilings and lung pain. The island my brother did his best to tell me about had become my personal sanctuary. Chica. More Chica. Were you listening? Huh? No. Are you feeling alright? You'll never love anyone. Sorry, I gotta run a quick errand. Is this about some woman again? What if it is? I see. Do you say so? Your face tells me you want to say something. Could it be that you're not feeling up for that Christmas party? You've been avoiding me ever since that day. Well, about that. You'll never love anyone. I'm sorry if I did anything to upset you, but at least tell me the reason. It was the same with Natsume. He never told me anything. And this has nothing to do with that. Then, tell me. Haruki, I'll never love anyone. Say it, don't say it. Ite do 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 do. This is all because I couldn't love anyone. Because deep down, I didn't give a damn about you. She also didn't actually care about me as a person. It was best to end it quick. This was an unproductive waste of time. There's no meaning to Natsume's death, and there's nothing off about it. Huh? Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Stop pretending you don't know. You're just scared to accept reality. That's not true. Natsume really did. He's dead, and he's not coming back. You're the only one in the entire world who actually thinks he might still be alive. Stop it. You're the only one who's trying to attribute some meaning to his death. Why are you saying all this? Well, it was a pretty good way to kill some time, I'll give you that. A way to kill time? It's the only reason I did all this. I got bored, so I figured I might as well let you know. Well, sure, I enjoyed playing detective for a while, but I've had enough. The color in her eyes changed. You've been lying to me all this time. I should have known. She turned around, and the next moment she disappeared into the distance. What? I subconsciously extended my hand before slowly pulling it back. The only thing my hand grasped was the cold of the air. But wasn't that what I'd wanted? I brought an end to it with my own two hands, and yet, I simply stood there, unable to move an inch. From that day on, the maid stopped appearing before me. Her phone number, which was the only thing connecting us, no longer worked. The fifth exit of Akihabara Station. Next thing I realized, she stopped showing up at our meeting point. Thinking about it now, I didn't even know her real name. Many nights passed since. So cold. You okay, Haruki? Yeah. I gone on to seek a woman's touch as if to put a blanket on against the cold, or put on a blanket against the cold. Fill a void in my heart. I felt like I couldn't know my own body heat. The cool December air bit into my skin with the chilliness of cold rejection. I'd met countless people, yet made not a single genuine connection. Tokyo sure was a city of people who live convenient lives. You can only become part of the group by suppressing your own individuality, like the dull piece of the concrete that made up this town. I must have known this all along. The smell of the hospital, the clean, sterile air, it had clung to me, and it was as if it could wipe it all clean. I'd made it so I could always go back to being alone. I believed I'd always had at least the reins in my hands. Or Chica, I'm assuming this is Mamiya. There was no one behind me. Actually, no, Mamiya always refers to the characters by their first names. Up until now, I'd seen people as nothing but consumables. I thought you could change friends and women like clothes. Even if you lost one, another could easily take their place. Why? Was I scared? I looked up and saw Mamiya standing before me. Haruki. Her skirt danced gently like in the breeze like a flower. Within the jet black darkness of the night, I found myself thoroughly captivated by her. I exhaled a hot, wet breath. Mamiya's surroundings alone were shining faintly, like she was in a different dimension. It had begun to snow. I had experienced nights like this countless times before, enveloped by a cradle of loneliness, a night that seemed to deny existence. Why do you keep appearing before me? Because I'm Mamiya. That's not an answer. I'm not in a good mood. I'll ask something next. Are you used to being alone? My breathing stopped, locking the cold air in my lungs. Of course. Long time. Answer me honestly. Are you truly used to being alone? Of course. I think so. Of course. I like that now we can... actually I can save. Of course. Honestly, I'm very used to it. The breath of relief I exhaled was hazy and white. I stopped expecting things a long time ago. I didn't have the faintest expectations that others would understand how truly. Hmm, I see. I understand you now. As she put on a faint smile, her arm extended toward me. She's probably gonna strangle me to death. You can't love people, can you? Ah, ecstatic. Normally, I could have handled this calmly. I'd seen enough movies to know that the way this was going wouldn't lead to anything good. And yet, I acted like a dumbass and gave her honest answers. Must have been because she could see right through my personal sentiments. How does it feel to be unable to love? It's pathetic, damn it. It's lonely, damn it. I feel like these are pretty similar, but we'll go with the top option again. It's lonely, damn it. Why the hell was I admitting that? So what? Would whining about it change anything? At the end of the day, I'll still be a defect incapable of loving others. I also like the idea that canonically all of these conversations with Mamiya, as established with, I think Ryo's, is the fact that all the stuff they say, like, they actually say, right? So the other people could, like, in the world could theoretically hear this. Even if I felt lonely and sought another person's warmth, I couldn't love them back. I can't respond to their love. I'll always be alone. And it's always been like this, and it's how it'll always be. Then, at the very least, I'd like you to push the nurse call button. You need to seek help in times of hardship. Shut up. You're not alone. Don't say careless shit like that. It's got nothing to do with you. That single careless utterance of hers brought my blood to a boil. That's not good. That's dangerous. Don't say insensitive shit like that. No one was ever there for me, okay? No one's gonna come to help, even if I scream. It's pointless, so I didn't. I didn't want to. What will change if I do? Everyone's got their hands full just themselves. No one's able to carry someone else. And most of all, I don't want to know the emptiness of calling out for help and getting no help in hand. You're the only one for me. Is that because you're a delusion I created? Yes. I'm Mamiya, a being that came into existence for your sake alone. Here, can you see me? Mamiya gently touched my cheeks. The cold air made it difficult to tell if her hands were warm or not. I can't. Feel my touch. I can love you, for I am the Mamiya within your head. I am you, and that's why you can love me too. All you have to do is acknowledge Mamiya. Her gaze pierced through me. Will you do that? Da-dung. The snow kept piling up around us. The boundary between Mamiya and myself began to grow hazier and hazier. Almost out of reflex, I ended up hugging her. Okay, I was gonna say, there's been a decided lack of CGs so far in this one. How about now? Yeah, I can feel you just fine. I poured more strength into my embrace, as though to not let her go. Mamiya. Yes? Don't leave me alone. I won't. I'll be with you forever. It's alright. Your pain reached me, and so did your shouts for help. Thank you for pressing the nurse call button. Mamiya fell silent and continued to say nothing as the embrace continued. I wondered, when all my wants and wishes had dried up, and I no longer felt the desire for anything in this town, what would become of me then? Haruki? Yeah? You were thinking about another girl, weren't you? Come on, you know you're the only one for me. You don't need to lie. You touch your necklace whenever you're thinking about something else, right? Why don't you go to her? Huh? There's no way I... You can. Go make up with her. I wasn't expecting anything special, you know. I only called you because I felt like it. I'm making food, so don't make a face like that. It's a bother. It's not like that. It's just, well, You know. Let me guess, you had a fight with a friend and don't know how to patch things up. The Maki dub. The absolute Maki dub. I felt dumbfounded for a moment. I didn't know how to make up with a friend. For some reason, that struck something very deep within me. Up until now, if I got into a fight with someone, I'd just cut them off. But if I wanted to reconnect a broken string, you need some scotch tape. If you give a Haruki a tape roll, I didn't even know where to begin. How to make up. There, search. Making up with your girlfriend, making up with your boyfriend. Come on, I know way more about this stuff than all these keyboard warriors combined. Present is the perfect excuse to start a serious conversation. I realized that Christmas is in just a few days. Quick look couldn't hurt, I guess. Well, I'm here, but I ran my gaze across the Great for Presents section, but nothing really caught my eye. Within the display cases, there were many accessories that women would love. Some of them look much like the ones I'd actually gifted to women, but this ain't it. After looking them over, I found myself going to another place. Came across a Christmas merch corner with its own lit up Christmas tree. Those things would just go in the trash once Christmas was over and... Oh. My eye stopped upon a small snow globe. It had a house standing in the middle of a snowy field. Heavy snow gathered on the roof as a warm light leaked through the windows. The way it lit up the fallen snow inside the globe looked really pretty. I found its scenery oddly familiar. I don't remember who said this. Not at all, I really enjoyed it. Oh, I couldn't help but remember the maid's words. Yeah, it was much like the Treasure Island, my brother told me. Mamiya? Hello. Hello, yes. I decided, I was like, I'm gonna stream, and then I said, I don't know what games, because I've kind of wrapped up all the stuff I'd planned, and I was like, well, how about Mamiya? Because I never finished it. And then I loaded the game, and all the saves were gone, and I was like, oh no. Picked up one of the globes on display. Very pog. It has been very pog. It looks really nice. Maybe I'm just misremembering from the first time because it was so long ago since I started playing it. But the new opening, the new intro looks pretty nice. I felt like I was holding a tiny fragment of another world. Excuse me, I'll take this one. I wanted her to know. I wanted to show her this scenery. Plastic bag rustled in the cold wind. Its sound made my lips curl into a faint smile. Would that annoying maid really like this thing? You look happy, Haruki. Because I am. Take a look at this, Mamiya. My, what a beautiful snow globe. Right? You've been staring at it for a while now. You must like it very much. I won't keep it for much longer, though. Why is that? Because I'm giving it to a certain someone. If you're so fond of it, though, why not keep it? Or he could just buy another one. You don't get it, do you? You think so? To you, it might be the most amazing thing in the world, but you can't be sure if the other person will also appreciate it just as much as you do. Well, hasn't anyone ever told you it's the thought that counts, Mamiya? It hurts when another person rejects something you really like. The music has stopped. Oh no. So, rather than risk that happening, I think it's much safer to keep it all to yourself. I'll lurk check the VOD at the chance though. Looking forward to the impressions. Oh no. Final Fantasy VII. Hope you have a great stream. Yeah. Rebirth? The new... Because Rebirth just came out, right? Mamiya, hope you enjoy. Hello, Gizia. I'm really excited. I'm really excited to finally figure out... It released today? Nice. I'm really excited to figure out what is happening in this game, because I do not understand. I don't. The only thing I know is that Mamiya is killing these boys, and that is it. Don't you agree, Haruki? Are you really sure you want to give that snow globe away? Yes, do it. Yes, do it. Don't let this Rimuru knockoff convince you otherwise. It's what I bought it for. I see. It's past midnight. You should go to sleep. Forever. You're right. Good night, Haruki. I can't wait for Christmas. Welcome back, Master. We're actually holding a party tonight. It'll be a modest little thing, but we'll do our utmost to please our dear guests. With some luck, we may even attract a Christmas miracle. Mina, attend the guest. No, I should probably do a different voice. Mina, attend the guests at table 3. On my way. Mina, can I get the Christmas version of your special Moe power? Right away, Master. Event days sure are hectic. Welcome back, Master. You told me to come. That's right, I almost forgot. Welcome back, Master. Please enjoy the party tonight. Wait. Let me go, I'm busy. If you want something, go ahead and say it already. Yeah? I wanted to apologize. You've got nothing to apologize for. We were just killing some time, remember? Yeah, I know. At first, I did genuinely feel that way. I felt like you were stupid for trying to find out more about Natsume's. I like the idea that they're doing this right at the front of the store. Like, he's walked into the store, like the cafe, he's gone through the front door, and they're standing just right at the front. And they're just having this conversation. I really like the idea. Everyone else is like going about their business, like eating food or whatever, and they're just standing there talking about this. But we never found out why he left his phone with you. He probably just did it on a whim. Look, it doesn't matter anymore. It does to me. I brought you a present. Why now, of all times? Isn't it a bit too late to suddenly start treating me like a girl? Look, it's Christmas. And I wanted to, do the whole exchanging presents thing. So I got this for you. I took out the present from my bag. I wrapped it myself. The maid gasped. I like how he still keeps calling her the maid. Has he referred to her as Mina, like, this entire time? Well, maybe he does, but like half the time he just says the maid. You open it. Her voice was trembling. I slowly undid the ribbon and revealed the snow globe to her. And then she said, I hate this. This gift sucks. Wow, it's awful. I hate it. Why did you get this for me, Morichika? It's beautiful. The maid stayed the snow globe on my palm. The genuine admiration in her voice filled my heart with warmth. And his heart grew 3 sizes that day. And then he died of sudden and catastrophic heart failure because the expansion of his heart grew too big for his chest cavity and began squeezing upon itself and eventually worked its way into his ribs where it then was punctured and he bled out from internal bleeding. It's a very tragic ending. Sure is. Tiny pellets of snow continued whirling around inside the globe, each reflecting a tiny snippet of light, which was, in turn, reflected in the maid's deep, dark eyes. She slowly raised her face. Our eyes met. You got this for me? I wanted you to see this scenery. I wanted to show you. Thank you. No problem. It's such a beautiful snow globe. I know. It really looks just like the Treasure Island. Dun dun dun! All of a sudden, I felt like the entire world had gone silent. The Treasure Island? Sorry, I must have been thinking out loud, like that one insurance song. What? I heard about it a long time ago from someone very close to me. Apparently there's a treasure island somewhere in this world. The 16th... 16th? The 16th island, hiding somewhere in this world. The one they call the Treasure Island. Watch out for it. What? You mean the one from the movies, right? Oh, not at all. I started to feel like The treasure island is a place for snowfalls. A sandcastle inside of me had just begun to collapse. It doesn't seem like there's anyone living there, but there's a single house on it. All sound had died down. It's always lit by a lantern, and there's warm bread and soup. Warm bread and soup? Yeah, warm bread and soup waiting inside. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Sure, there may be no treasures or anything grand like that, but it's a warm, inviting place nonetheless. A wonderful island that belongs to just the two of us. They can make it if they try, just the two of us. Something deep inside within me, disappeared without a trace. You really did pick out a wonderful president, Morichika. I almost said president. Still unable to look up, I let go of the snow globe and let it fall. Oh no! What has happened to him? That's a hazard. That's a work hazard. You can't just have broken glass like that on the ground. To the floor, to the windows, to the walls. The cozy little house, along with the snow-laden field and the glass of the globe. Well, I didn't appreciate that. I'm very happy I turned down my volume earlier. Shattered with a loud crash when they hit the floor. Like the bodies? Huh? The air froze around us. Morichika, are you alright? You gotta be kidding me. Morichika? You're having a Christmas party? A bunch of lonely nerds huddled together? Also, are they gonna address the fact that, like, everybody else should have immediately noticed what was happening? The music? Oh no, now he's gonna die. It's happened every time there's been music like this in all the other, chapters. A bunch of lonely nerds huddled... I gotta get into his voice again. Wanting the same hell? Give me a fucking break. Does it boost your sense of self-worth to tease all those miserable virgins? And Treasure Island? That's funnier than the way I was killing time. But it's all made up, okay? To think you actually believed it. Aren't you embarrassed? There's no way an island like that exists. In this modern day and age, with all the satellites and mapping technology we have, and sonar, don't you think they would have found it by now? I think you should leave. I made a mistake inviting you. I want you to leave, right now. Frankly, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. I'm Morichika. You can't love people. They were just words, and yet, it was like a curse, binding me to be unable to love. I felt my heart gradually becoming colder. The loneliness embraced me as goosebumps came over me. No matter how warm the air, I'm always freezing to my core. That sounds like you've got like the heavenly yin body or something. You might want to check that out, buddy. You might have like some sort of like the severed meridians or something like that. You might want to get that checked out. You might be being tracked down by some like martial artist or something who's like, I need this man's life force for my cultivation techniques. You might want to get that checked out, my guy. Or there's this dude I know. His name is Chong Yun. I think you and him would be great pals. It's like I'm constantly holding ice. Yeah, I think you two would be great pals. You know, I know this guy. He's always warm. Like no matter what he does, he always is hot. And I think that you two would be a really good pair. And as it thaws, all I get is water running down my fingers. That's why I told you. To keep it to yourself. If you had stayed alone, you wouldn't have had to get hurt. I'm not like the others. Mamiya's not like the other girls? Embrace me and I won't ever betray you. I said that weird. I'll love you forever. I'll heal all your wounds. Snow fell harder and harder, and began to pile on top of me. How many days or hours or days passed since then? I kept wandering, sitting down, then walking around again with no particular goal in mind. I'd even lost track of the passage of days. I couldn't stop coughing, kind of like Arthur in Red Dead Redemption 2. I put away my inhaler somewhere long ago. Anyway.
Huh? Really? There's no way.
Look, it's Minato. Tojo, what's wrong? Has he gotten over his crippling fear of women?
Oh, nothing. I'm fine. Hey, aren't you cold? The place over there serves some amazing lattes.
Really? That sounds great. Let's take a look. I kept on walking with a vacant look in my eyes. I averted my gaze from the illuminations. I prefer DreamWorks. The cheerful couples, the happy families with their shopping bags full of cakes and fried chicken. I turned my back on the world at large. None of it had anything to do with me. Complete indifference and crushing loneliness, like a dark, endless void. Ah, ha. Oh. I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my chest. It might be cardiac arrest. My heart did grow 3 sizes that day. I crumpled to the ground while desperately trying to catch my breath. He's recreating the Ed Sheeran song. See, they already made a reference earlier when she said that she was thinking out loud, you know? They've already made one Ed Sheeran reference, right? This is another reference. You can see he's fallen and he can't get up because
and I can't sweep you off of your feet. Will your mouth still remember the taste of my love? Will your eyes still smile from your cheeks? Darling, I will be loving you till we're 17.
and then the other thing that they're referencing is because like I said, multiple Ed Sheeran references. Gotta find it.
It's too cold
Outside.
for angels to fly. An angel will die, covered in white, closed eye, hoping for a better life.
Okay, Ed. Thank you for your contribution as always. Wait. How do I seize in a country accent? I'm not even gonna try. He's going ugh, oof, ouch, his bones. Clenching my teeth, I tried to soften the pain, but it wasn't working at all. I looked up in an attempt to get help, but no one was even meeting my gaze. The crowd continued to move as though they didn't even see me. The gleam and illuminations, the display windows reflecting the dreams of children, the cheerful Christmas song that enveloped the town. Mariah Carey? They surround me, and yet only I was still alone, cut off from the rest of the world. That wasn't a cough at all. He said ha. Someone, anyone, please help me. It'd be more like, please help me. Mamiya. It's alright. Don't worry, I have an AED right here. I'm always here for you, Haruki. Make it stop. I can't stand this loneliness anymore. I doubted anyone else was looking forward to the end of the world as much as I did. My life had always... Well, main character in World End Syndrome, he was looking forward to the end of the world a lot, you know? My life had always been like I'd been watching it in third person, like a movie. If it were to end, I would want it to be a spectacle. Making an ensemble cast work even, something large scale that would downplay my personal pain. That way, I wouldn't have to bear this shivering on my own. I've always hated everything. This cheerful town, the happy families, and every single goddamn Christmas I had to spend alone. I see. Sound of rolling film, the persistent noise of the projector, sparse seats, light near my feet. Then let us leave before the credits roll. And this cold, clockwork orange town, what? I kept on watching a long, long movie. I love you. Oh, wait, no, that's the movie. I love you more than anything in this world. I love you too. Come with me to the wonderful, boundless world of the trichiliocosm. Isn't that color? Isn't that color blindness? Isn't that a type of, wait, isn't that a type of color blindness? What's the, hold on. Oh, no, that's tritanopia. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Man. Wait, what was it? Man, that ain't this is a phone, not my dad. I took it. What? This laugh is like a shitty movie. Like Birdemic 2. The crowd froze as if time itself had come to a halt. The snow continued piling atop Morichika's. Oh no. I guess we're now. Well, maybe he's third personing. Oh no. This is the British dude. This is the inspector dude with the monocle, the glasses, right? This is the blonde trench coat dude. Yeah. I brushed it off and touched his hand. It was deathly cold and heart-wrenchingly sad. Yeah. Oh no, he doesn't have it. I thought he had glasses. Morichika Haruki. Why? You weren't supposed to die. Once more, I'll go to the church again. I won't give up. Man, that was so much shorter than like all the other ones, I feel like. That was only an hour and 26. It's only been an hour and 27 minutes since we started the stream. I feel like this has been so much shorter than the other ones. Like some of the other ones were so long. Sometimes this is different. I noticed that every time I did this, it changed a little bit. But I don't care. Let's take a seat on the right. I am curious. Think nothing of it. Think nothing of it. Think nothing of it. Talk. Boom. Okay, this looks pretty much the same. I don't care. I don't care. We know all about this. We know all about this. We get to see the child. We get to see the mysterious man. Kind of looks like Altair. You know, it's whatever. And then Ryo kind of looks like Fuma. I always thought that was interesting. That was always something that struck me. Ah. Yeah, Ryo kind of looks like Fuma, and then Kaito kind of reminds me of Altair. I wonder, is there anybody else that looks like Hollow Stars? Actually, Morichika kind of reminds me of somebody too. Haruki reminds me of somebody. Minato doesn't really remind me of anybody. But, this is really funny to listen to. Whack whack boom. Whack whack boom. It's like the sound effects are so comical when they're played back to back. They're like, it's like, do I have something for this? Where's my, well, I have the comedy soundboard. Do I have a movie like, that's probably in sitcom, right? Right? Maybe not, I don't know. Da-dung! 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 Oh, dang, he's at the shoe store. He's gonna get some Nike Airs. It's time. That's not something I should do. No, it's a canon event. It's a canon event. It's a canon event. It's a canon event. What are we agreeing to? It's a canon event. It's a canon event. Boom. Clap. Punch Suo.
I wish it was easier to listen to myself.
This is the one. This is the one, like the third song I clicked on at the start. It reminds me of I Won't Run. It reminds me of Try by Colby Calett. Calett? Whatever her name is. This one. Could it be Babadi Remix? This was the one in Kato's, right? I don't know. Actually, I did want to look at the CGs. That's not the CGs. This is the CGs. Okay. So I think maybe they changed the order. I don't know. Actually, this might have always been the second one. But we got these 4. These might be... I assume these are all, like, specific to the... Actually. Okay, they're not broken up in any way, shape, or form. It's just broken up in episode 1 and 2. Okay, so these ones are probably... These are probably, Minato's. And then these ones are probably all Kato's. Okay. Because before they were kind of broken up by person. And now I see that they're not. Okay. Okay. Restart. Fall down. Help, I've fallen and I can't get up. Dun 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 dun. 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 That's the World End Syndrome thing. Every time there's a character introduction, it goes dun 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 dun. Oh wait, yeah. Okay, wait, hold on. This is the origin of why Morichika sounds the way he does. This is the reason why he sounds the way he does, is because back when when we did this part, the descending elevator stepped in and down. There's the see ya Haruki, shut it, love ya. Me too. And then he says, what was up the sky? Why would you French someone while getting on an elevator? I should have mashed the button to close. He came rushing to the door, wasn't a good to see in the first morning. I made up with her, man. He's a handful. Alright, I'll contact Yukari for him. Blah 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 blah. Patch things up with her. Wait, is that the same thing? Oh, they changed it. Oh no. They changed it. I like the old version better. No. Wait, did they? Yeah, they changed it. Oh no, I like the old one better. It was funnier. It was funnier. It was so much funnier. No, they shortened it down to just, why would you French someone while getting on an elevator? I should have mashed the door closed. Hey, you, I rushed through the open door. Oh no, wait, is that different? Because I've already done Morichika's route? I've already done Haruki's route? It was so much funnier the first time. They had a whole thing about the elevator getting stuck, and then they just were awkwardly standing there inside the elevator because it wasn't going anywhere. And Minato was like, oh no, I'm going to be late for class. And Haruki was just standing there, and they were just kind of like, hey, so, Nice weather we're having, huh? Right? And they had a whole thing, and Haruki was like, "What are you looking at?" And Minato was like, "Nothing. I'm sorry." Oh, did they remove that? Oh, that's sad. I like that a lot more. That was funnier the first time. But no, that's how the country voice for Morichika got started, because um in the elevator I was like, it'll be funnier if I gave him that voice, because there's a whole thing about it, and I made a whole joke. I added segments into the dialogue where I was like,
That's kind of weird that you have a country accent, like a US Southern, like a bad country accent, even though we're all in Japan. We're all Japanese people in Japan. It's kind of weird. He's like, you've got a Southern accent? I sound like.
actually I think at that point I had changed from the Nagito voice, and I think I gave him like the
Gnarly, bruh.
and I made the whole joke of like,
You sound like you're from the South. I sound like I'm a surfer, bra, from like.
that was the joke I made. But they cut that out. They removed it. That's a shame. I liked how that was originally. Punch him. As we found out in Paper Lily, violence was the answer this time. Oh, my favorite! Wait, stop! My favorite part of this game. The best part of this game.
And my heart skipped a beat as I watched the alcohol slowly trickle into her tiny mouth.
What's your name?
Minato.
Minato? Wow, even your name sounds cool. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, a friend brought me along. I've no idea what to do in here.
Oh, that's easy. You just gotta go with the flow of the rhythm and occasionally hit up a few strangers for a quick chat.
Like you did with me?
Well, aren't you having fun?
Well, talking to you is pretty fun.
You're so cute.
Huh?
Hey, wanna ditch this place and go somewhere else? Just the two of us? My favorite part of this game, my absolute favorite part about this game, is just the way this random girl just comes on to Minato. And it's just like, hey, handsome, I'm 15. Do you wanna go somewhere else? Just the two of us? And he's like, what? And then he throws up. Then he goes out and he violently, throws up. Yeah. Da-dung. Da-dung. The mystery man. Whoa, what was that? Beat up, beat up. Oh yeah, yeah. Beat up, beat up, boo. The magic scat. Beat up, boo. Epilepsy warning. Much. Once more. Yes. Okay. Now we got to go to Mr. Altair, Regis Altair. Let's try this one. Dun 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 dun. Oh no, I don't want this one. No, I don't want this one. Back to the title screen. Do we gotta go outside to talk to... Oh yeah, I think we have to go outside to talk to him. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Time to blast through Kato's route. Where am I? Shh. The illusion of choice. But now he'd spend his days alone, living like this and never knowing of it. Something, something, something. It's on. On days like this, I start to wonder just what if. Here alone in his room where he can't shake off his loneliness. The days so full of emptiness. The something, yeah, something, something. The whats and ifs are leaking out, escaping even now. They just won't stop. But now he'll start to close his eyes, block his ears from all this noise. Looking back just one last time, he can't hear his voice, and he can't see his smile. But somehow he gets the feeling that in the end he'll be alright. So now he starts to close his eyes, block his ears from all this noise, never looking back this time. He can't hear your voice, and he can't see your smile. Somehow he gets the feeling that in the end he'll be alright. He's not gonna be alright though. Da-dum. The sound effects going so fast are very funny. Banging beat. Dive out of the car. Out of the car. The reason he likes you is not because he's cool. The reason that he's cool... The reason that he's cool is because he likes you. It doesn't matter what the others think of you or say about you. You'll still be his hero. Like how he says he's tired and just wants to sleep, but always finds a way to somehow stay up for class in front of all his friends. He's so cool. He thinks what seems, but when puppies are involved, they make him loosen up his act. Aha, you're really. Aha, he's really the one he loves. He just wants to let him know. So please just always be his hero. Only for him. Pierce him. I want to see you even on weekends so long. I fall asleep talking with you on the phone, but wait. It says it's still locked. It says it's still locked. Wait, do I have to... Is there something I can do to make them not die? Do I have to make them not die? I'm so confused. I thought for sure that they would all die and then I could move on. I thought for sure he'd be all like, no, I must go back once more, and then it would unlock the epilogue. Do I have to save them? Oh no. Oh no, I have to save them? Oh no. We've got to save these people? How do we save them? We have to save them? We can't just finish, they can't just all die tragically? I actually have to do things? Oh no. Yes. This always reminds me of the beginning of Darwin's game with the bunny dude who's like, I'm gonna kill you. Maybe there's another option somewhere. I'm assuming it's this maybe stuff at the end. Oh, actually, you know what? I probably could do stuff at the intro too. There's probably things at the intro I could do. To humor myself, I'm gonna at least make saves at the big red choices to see if I can do anything. But there actually was a choice in Morishika's. Not that I think it would have changed anything, but there was a thing in Haruki's route where I was wondering about whether or not I could if I could choose not to say anything. But I wonder if anything would have changed. Actually, I do want to look at this again. Okay. I can't hear you. Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you. Aye, aye, Captain. Oh. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Mamiya. He lives in a society. Oh no, I've been railroaded into another decision. Okay, well, we'll go check out the intro again. Alright, in that case, sir.
I wish it was easier to listen to myself.
Okay. Well, now that I assume that also this is Trenchcoat Man that we've been following. So now we have a voice here. I'm not gonna do it though. I mean, I could. Let's go through this actually now. I'm here again. Yep. Got more time than last time to explore the church. Okay.
Sorry. Don't worry about it. That was my fault as well.
The dark-haired youth made a light bow before running off, almost as if to hide his face. I could tell from the sound of his voice that he'd been crying. I don't think that's the same voice I did earlier, but you know what? We're just not gonna... I opened the door. A solemn atmosphere hung heavy in the air as I stepped into the church. I don't remember what voice I gave him either.
Natsume.
Some wept, others looked ahead in silence. Were they all reminiscing about the time they had spent with him? I hope they are. I noticed that the funeral was about to begin, and that I was about the only one who was still standing. I looked around for a place to sit. I don't think this actually matters. I took a seat close to the exit. This should be Kato. Not at all. I don't know what voice I gave him either. I kept gazing at the flowers far ahead while waiting for the ceremony to begin. Everyone around me muttered prayers in remembrance of Natsume. A hymn played as the coffin was carried forward. Hearing the priest talk, all I could think about was its contents. A while later, the service began in earnest, accompanied by organ music. The attendees stood up and brought flowers to the coffin. A student with darker skin approached it next. I think nothing of it. I ignored him as I would every other attendee and maintained my silence. A black-haired student with a mole under his eye walked toward the coffin. Oh, that was a good thing. I don't know if I ever looked... I don't think I ever paid enough attention to look for the mole in Mina. So, there goes that. I think nothing of it. I ignore... Okay, yeah. Ruffling his pinkish hair, a man with an intense look on his face stepped forward. And we're gonna ignore him. I almost read it again. The coffin was approached by a tall boy in a school uniform. And then... we don't care. Once all the attendees had set their flowers, the funeral came to a close with a few words addressed to the bereaved family. Surrounded by people leaving the hall, no one had caught my attention. I chose to aimlessly wander and look around. Is this Ryo? I think it's Ryo. Excuse me, you dropped this. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, no, that was him saying. My bad. Were you close to Natsume? Not really. I only came because he was a classmate. I can't say I expected this, though. I thought it'd be too much of a bother for you. I can say my goodbyes when I have to. Natsume and I didn't talk much. But you still came. I got this thing from him. The ballpoint pen you dropped. He lent it to me when we were sitting next to each other and I didn't have anything to write with. He just did it without even saying a word. I told him I'd return it once class was over, but he let me use it for the rest of the day. I went to return it the next day, but then he told me just to keep it. Said I didn't need it, but he was adamant about not wanting it back. And now it's an item left behind by a dead guy. I figured I had to bring it here. Couldn't give it back to him. Hell, I didn't even need it. Now I can't even throw it away. Take good care of it if you can, please. I imagine that's what Natsume would have wanted too. Guess you're right. Sorry for keeping you. Anyway, take care. Yeah. Okay, now, okay, so we're on to that now. I don't think this really changes anything. I guess we could be curious about all of them. I don't think we've ever done that before. Interesting. Stay put. Call out to someone after all. Let's save again here. No. Don't move. As I continued standing in place, I was soon left all alone. I silently approached the coffin. As my hand gingerly touched the lid, I heard the door behind me open. I'm pretty sure the funeral's already ended. Oh, I just wanted to see Natsume's face one last time. His seemingly unfamiliar voice made me squint. My fist trembled with rage. Who are you? Oh, actually, oops, sorry about that. I think I did get this one time, but it seemed like something that I shouldn't have been like, seeing yet. So I think I just loaded. I think we just loaded the save because this felt like something I shouldn't have been seeing yet. So I think we just went back and I chose to talk to one of the 4 characters. I think that's what happened. I can't tell who's talking right now. This is giving me some real seabed kind of who's talking vibes. Deeply cherished those 4 and wanted them to be happy. Oh, I assume this is the guy then talking. They should have never met their fates like that. And yet, everything went to hell because of Mamiya. I turned around. What are you? The man smiled in lieu of an answer. Putting all my heart and soul into it, I shouted at the man standing near the entrance as loudly as I could. I'll ask again. Come on, answer me. What the hell are you? Like, how it's broken up is really funny. Ever so slowly, the man before me parted his lips to speak. Mamiya. Oh wait, I use different voices for all of them. Wow. I hope this doesn't get me like copyrighted on YouTube. I remember getting copyrighted for having the opening to Scarlet Nexus in the stream. I only saw 3 of the Mamiyas there. Wait a second. Actually, no. That makes sense. We never saw Kato's Mamiya. The 3 pictured there were the only ones that actually ever had physical forms. Kato's was always invisible. I'll save them. I'll save all the... Wait, no. This must be Natsume then. I'll save all those who came to my funeral, no matter what. I'm expecting great things, Natsume. Oh, was that Natsume? Was British dude Natsume? Is that who it is? To be continued? Interesting. Fascinating. We've added flour to the plot. The plot thickens when adding milk. Okay, before we do that though, I do... One, this is a really cool CG. I like this a lot. 2, I want to look at our maid. Made in you. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You can't fool me. You can't fool me, Minato. You can't fool me. This art style can't fool me. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I thought I saw his hair and I was like, well, really what it is, I saw Mina's eyes and I was like, maybe. And then I was like, hold on a second. Using the knowledge that we have as a player who's played the other routes, is this Minato? And then I was like, well, Minato showed up right at the end, and I was like, I bet it's Minato. But then they particularly mentioned Mr. Blonde Man, mention the mole, which I don't think you can actually see in any of these pictures. I think his hair is covering all of them. Oh, you can kind of see it right there. The mole, and I was like, I'm gonna need to check. I need to make sure. I need to see if Mina has a mole. Mina does in fact have a mole. Don't worry. Don't worry. I at least noticed that much. I might have missed like every single thing in Seabed. I might have missed like every single detail ever. But I at least caught the mole. I at least got the mole. Oh, you can see his mole way better. Wait, he has so many. Wait, hold on a second. Oh no, he has the same amount. That's 8. Never mind. He has 8. You also okay? They all have 8. Okay, I was gonna say. It's just because of how they're broken up. It's because Minato's are like half on one page, half on the other. It makes it seem like he has more than he really does. His eyes look a lot different though in some of these. Does he have heterochromia? I was never able to tell if it was the lighting or if it was like an actual character design that he has. Because his left eye is a lot brighter. It's a lot greener. It's more of like a lime color or like a neon green. And his right eye is more of like a sea green or like a darker green. This is also a really funny face that he's made here. This one's pretty funny. I like this one a lot. It's hard to tell because some of them, like this is kind of hard to tell. This does look lighter though, and it's more in the shadow. So oh, this looks more blue though. I think he does have different colored irises. Heterochromia. Okay, that's what I thought. I was never sure if it was just the light, like if it was the way they wanted to like do lighting, because sometimes eyes look different with lighting, and so I was like, does he have heterochromia? It's because they were both kind of green. That's the problem. If he had had like one blue eye and like one green eye, then maybe I would have been able to tell. I wonder, is he putting contacts then? Because Mina's eyes look like his right eye. Does he put in contacts? I mean, that would be the way, right? Like, if you wanted to disguise your identity, if you had like heterochromia and you wanted to disguise yourself, what better way than putting in contacts to make both of your irises look like the same color? That'd be like the best disguise ever. Everyone would be like, be on the lookout for some person with 2 different eye colors, and then boom, boom. Plus, like, someone would really have to get up in there to figure out whether or not you were wearing contacts. Like, they'd really have to be up in there. Okay. Okay. Well, now that we can actually play the game... Oh no, the ads. Now that we can actually play the game... Oh wait, is this different now? Dum, 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 dum. Is it gonna stay like this now? Have we lost the other home screen? Is it no longer a thing? Downfall. Tips. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Enjoy your stream. Hello, Dawn. Goodbye, Dawn. Oh no. 9 chapters? And 4 to... Oh no. Okay, well, Natsume wakes up as a spectator after death, opening a book in an attempt to save his friends. He found the story was different. So it's like, what was that thing? What was it called? It's a cartoon. Super Y. Yeah, Super Y, the animated television series and interactive website, helps children ages 3 to 6 learn key reading skills. Yeah, where they go into the story. Yeah. Okay. He did / game mode spectator. Oh, this looks like the Kutsu no Hanabi? Kutsu no Hanabi, Hanabi no Kutsu, whatever it was. This looks like the fireworks beneath my shoes library that's being torn down, which is sad. I don't know who's talking. What's this? I could barely hold the book. My hands trembled as fear and rage bristled through me. Okay, okay, this is Natsume.
What is this? Why must they go through things like this? Like this? I mean, they were meant to become happy. Go back to the start, you failed. Okay. I could barely hold the book. My hands trembled as fear and rage bristled through me. What is this? Why must they go through things like this? Like this? Like? Get ready for this accent to slide all over the place. It's not like the country accent where I can just go. I mean, they were meant to become happy. I cherished them. They were meant to find happiness. And yet, it's all Mamiya's fault. They all died because of them. Okay, so Natsume went to school with all of them. I mean, I guess this is also the same world where like where like Keito, Ryo, and Minato are like all in the same grade. So like, you know what? Who cares? Maybe he's just tall. The man looks like he's way older than a high school student, but you never know. Who knows? Who knows? I gently placed the book on the desk. The so-called reality that had taken place within its pages was still somewhat difficult for me to accept. What in the world is Mamiya anyway? You and me both, buddy. And what's this story? How did you find your first job, Natsume? Oh. As I stood there with my head hung low, a girl in a librarian uniform called out to me. Oh, is this girl? Judging by the... What voice should we give her? Judging by the look on your... No, I'm not gonna do that. It'd be funny, though. It'd be funny if the librarian was like, oh my god, you didn't put the books back in the right spot. Didn't anyone ever tell you about the Dewey Decimal System? Judging by the look on your face, I'm assuming the direction of the story was rather difficult to ascertain. You get stories like this every now and then, stories that leave room for many interpretations. Although that is precisely why spectators like you are necessary. Collected as usual, she adjusted her glasses, making them gleam as she gave me a look. It made me painfully aware that this was now my reality. My name was Natsume, the very same man who was being born. It's like a Groundhog start over. No. The title is because the game recently got a big update, and so when I launched the game before the stream started, I found out that it had wiped all of my saves because they revamped the game. That's why it was called Groundhog Day. I recalled dying once, but the next thing I knew, I had somehow found myself in this place. Stinky game. Yeah, apparently they changed a bunch of stuff. Like, they changed the routes and, like, added new stuff. So, like, the old saves didn't work. So, luckily, I just hit skip and unclicked the box that said skip only red text. I must say that I'm surprised. There has never been a case of a person who had memories from before they became a spectator. With a smile that seemed to say, and that's why no one even remembers their real names, the woman reached for a nearby pot. I watched as a madder red liquid slowly filled a fancy teacup, making steam lazily rise into the air. Unfortunately, she did not have any crumpets. Wait, what? What? Madder adjective. This word has been used to the prior 1980s to mean an old, decrepit, or unpretentious automobile, like a jalopy. I don't think that's what I'm talking about. A Eurasian herb, Rubia tinctorum of the family Rubiaceae, the madder family, with whorled leaves and yellowish panicled flowers succeeded by dark berries. Broadly, any of several related herbs, genus Rubia, the root of the Eurasian madder used formerly in dyeing,
Also, an alizarin dye prepared from it. A moderate to strong red. So, if we use the second sub-definition of matter as a noun, a moderate to strong red, a red liquid. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. You learn something new every day. The woman motioned for me to take a sip. As I did, the rich scent of the black tea immediately calmed my nerves. It's black tea, but it's red? Interesting. It's also exceedingly rare to get your own story as your first job. I'm gonna try and make her sound like pretentious. I was surprised myself. I would have never imagined that the world I lived in was like this. I mean, inside a book. Well, you see, the people living in there know nothing about the existence of this world. Ironically, they may unearth the ruins of ancient, underground cities, yet never find out about the kingdoms in the sky. I placed my cup into the saucer and slowly looked around. What? Something. Words. There were bookshelves extending as far as the eye could see. They reached into the sky, and the ceiling was so high up I couldn't actually see where they ended. I felt as though this place was an amalgam of all the libraries in the world. Congratulations, you have been chosen from countless other souls to become a spectator. The first time I heard that, I could barely process it. I thought I had died, but then ended up waking up in a place like this. It made me seriously question whether or not this entire situation, including my own death, was nothing more than a strange dream. Having said that, I couldn't even remember how I died. Like altered carbon! He's gonna hire a private investigation to find out who killed him. But when I opened that book, it started with my own funeral. I even knew some of the attendees. And now I remembered it again. The tragic fate that befell someone I had cherished from the bottom of my heart. You mustn't lose heart, Miss Librarian. I realize how awfully unfortunate it must be to still retain memories from your past life. I have to admit, our Lord can truly be mischievous at times. Thanks for the consideration. Honestly though, I don't know if I'm really cut out for this. Just knowing I'd have to witness their deaths all over again, There's hardly a need to worry. I'm certain you'll do a splendid job. The woman placed down her empty cup and looked me in the eye with a gaze full of confidence. Remember, you have been chosen for a reason. The room you were in a short while ago will serve as your private quarters, and I do believe I've already given you a general explanation of this facility, correct? Yes, thank you very much. I must say, though, yes, this place is almost like heaven. She had explained to me how people lived here. From the private rooms of the spectators to the lavish resting area, everything about this place was wonderful. I was especially intrigued by the cafeteria. Although we technically didn't need to eat, we were still supplied with food for recreational purposes. Recreational food. The peace and comfort I had never known in life was easily and readily accessible here. Back when I was alive, I thought the happiest place in the world was under my warm sheets. But this place blew everything I had known out of the water. You know, there's an American from India that made essentially a non-invasive Neuralink? Interesting. Like, Cerebro? While here, a wealth of wisdom, pleasure, and bliss will be at your fingertips. As one of the chosen, you can have it all. And finally, allow me to introduce you to your work area, like Adele rolling in the deep. Wow. This is the main room where spectators and librarians fulfill their duties. Don't be distracted now, and stay close to me. I'm sorry. You needn't be. Make sure to steer clear of the darkness, however. Get too close and you won't be able to come back. Just like Lion King, everything the light touches is our domain. What? Her words sent a chill down my spine. I took another look around as she led me onward and saw... books. Books as far as the eye could see. The paths between the bookshelves felt like they could go on forever. A single wrong turn would likely leave you trapped here forever. Thank you for the follow, Gizia. Oh, nice. Nice, banner. Nice banner. Twitch. I don't know if that actually went in Twitch. I didn't see it. I only saw it in one spot. It saw it in OBS. Nice banner for the follow goal. Thank you for the follow, Gizia. Oh, I totally was out of it, looking back at the screen, and I thought Natsume was... I forgot I had that as the banner. I thought Natsume was, like, one of the words that you sometimes see, like, when they have, like, hanja or kanji, and then they write out, like, the readings above them. And I was like, what? What's happening? No, that's just his name. How do you reach books that high? It's what we librarians are for. I'm actually somewhat related to, what was her name? Elastigirl. Elastigirl, that's her name. You know, when she gets, like, all, like, big. Long, long librarian. The fact that she actually heard my silly motto made me blush. Don't hesitate to call us should the need arise. We will always bring you the materials you need for your job. Of course, we will also help you if you find yourself lost. Right. I felt like it wouldn't be long until I'd need her help. Do you manage all these? Yes, though since their number keeps growing without end, there are ones even I don't know about. I imagine so. I saw books placed next to each other that seemed almost identical at first glance. So strange. It's supposed to be my first time here, yet something about this place feels almost nostalgic. Oh, but that's only natural. You humans used to be here before you acquired your bodies. I was? Yes, humans are beings with a creator, and as such they are bound to pass through this world and the heavens. Yet in order to manifest as beings of flesh, they must also pass the river of oblivion. That's why the people down below don't remember the existence of this world. I see. That would explain this odd feeling of nostalgia. I thought I was gonna hiccup, and then I didn't. Normally... No, that's not her voice. Normally, upon becoming spectators, people pass the river of oblivion once more. It's quite peculiar that you still remain your memories. I don't know what Aina sounds like. I don't have a good enough grasp of what Aina sounds like, or else I tried to make her sound like Aina. I just don't have a good enough handle of what she sounds like. I don't know. I think it's just because she doesn't talk that much compared to the other characters. And the only thing I can ever think of when I think of Aina is the very first episode when Belle's running down the street covered in blood, and she's like, ah! She also... I don't know. She kind of reminds me of somebody else. I just don't remember who. I could try to make her sound like Catherine. Add extra applesauce. But I suppose there are exceptions in every world. Chuckling, I touched the spine of a book at my eye level. So this book chronicles the entire life of a person from human history. Indeed it does. It contains all of the established historical truths. Despite the sheer amount of books in here. I had learned my fair share of world history as a student, but even still, this amount seemed excessive. Arnav Kapoor made a system that you wear as a headset and requires no surgery and can suit Google. So basically, Google Glass if it was actually good. There exists a system more than one... Oh, there exists more than one world, you see. You might not know of them, but there are as many as, if not more than, there are stars in the sky. You mean parallel world? I was the ravens from Fishel's Island. You mean parallel worlds? This requires gesture thought. Cerebro. So what Google Glass wanted to be. This kind of reminds me of the beautiful blue Danube. She took one of the books and gave me a smile. You know what? She kind of reminds me of... Oh, what's her name? Well, right now she's kind of giving me Elizabeth vibes. But... Oh, she looks like somebody. She really looks like somebody. I can't think of it.
In some worlds, certain wars never came to pass. Others are inhabited by radically different types of animals. They're radical. Many of these books can't even be imagined by someone from your world. You're saying that there are even worlds like the ones we see in fantasy novels and such. Just disappeared after he went to news interviews. Indeed, although that fact alone holds little significance in your case, considering they're not the worlds you'll be responsible for. Each world has slightly different histories and cultures, but the volume is so immense that we are unable to record everything that happens. I'm assuming that's where us spectators come into the picture, right? Right. She turned around and face me. You look exhausted. Why not have a seat? I've already explained your job as the spectator, but I imagine the repeated observations gave you some new questions, so I will explain it all over again, for the sake of the plot. What? Please do. People tend to dislike my explanations due to being too verbose. So instead, I prepared an easy-to-digest song. You did. You'll be able to check it again in writing, so do take your time and listen. Probably be considered. You should know and observe a few times the amount is countless. Students, you were... I don't like that it doesn't rhyme. I don't like that it isn't voiced either. I'm getting this feeling that it is not possible to put these words to the cadence of the song. Just a feeling. Just a feeling. Was I too fast? I believe you should now be able to check everything again in writing, but is that a reference to this? Okay. 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 Hmm. Should I sing again? Yeah, please do it again. Please do. Very well. Listen carefully. I thought it'd be funny. I thought it'd be funny. It is pretty funny. No, every time I see her, every time I look at her, I'm like, you look like somebody. And it she looks like somebody. Oh, who is it? I don't know why, she's kind of giving me Uehara vibes, but she looks nothing like Uehara. The only thing they have in common is vaguely their hairstyle and the fact that she currently has her eyes closed and it kind of looks like a picture I've seen of Uehara.
You can't interfere, buddy. This isn't the S-class, the SSS class hunter that has to die to live. No, sir. You can't interrupt or interfere with the stories this time. You will not be able to save the Murum. You will not be able to save the Rofan novel. You will not be able to save whatever else they choose to go into. Did you understand it now? Could you wish to hear it again? No, I got it. Thank you very much. Oh, I wanted the chance to hit yes again. That'd be funny. Third time's the charm, you know? With that settled, I'm looking forward to the fruits of your labor. I wish I had more confidence, though. The idea that it's my job to decide historical truths and how the stories will go. Well, it's a bit too much. Wait. I have something funny. It's gonna be funny. What's gonna be funnier is how long it's gonna take for me to get this queued up. Yeah. Okay. Back to Mamiya. Why was I even picked to become this spectator anyway? I gotta say, this place sure is big. Unaware that I was lost, I continued talking to myself. What does it mean to observe anyway? I have to keep repeating all that. I don't want to see any of them die ever again. If only I could save them. The song did fit. You're lucky no one else heard that. You might have been seen as a dangerous element and promptly eliminated. Who's there? A mischievous voice, muffled voice, rang out from the darkness. Hoo, 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 hoo. As I looked for its source, I found a door that seemed to have just appeared out of thin air. It didn't fit the surroundings. Tojimari no Suzume? Are you behind this? As I brought my ear closer to the door, I heard a man's voice. A body has been discovered. It sounded strange, both standoffish and reverberating. Okay. We're gonna lock this in. I don't care who this character is. I don't care if this doesn't make... Well, okay, I'll change it if it really doesn't fit. But based on the we're gonna go with this voice for this character. You're the new spectator, aren't you? Yes, a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, sure. You should really be careful what you say, though. They say you've been chosen, but spectators are easily replaceable. So, if you want to know what happens to dead people when they die again, be my guest and do whatever the hell you want. What that man had told me from beyond the door sent a chill down my spine. I regret my decision immediately. I'm gonna have to switch between Natsume's voice and this dude's voice. My instincts told me that the scenario he described would be a fate worse than death. Who are you? Didn't the librarian tell ya? Spectators got no names, just like you, right? A girl's got no name, you know? But I do have a name. It's Natsume. Oh, really? What were you influenced by? I have memories from before I came here. Now that's something. His tone had changed. I couldn't see him, but he sounded right in a way that was different from the librarian. Which is why I chose to tell him something I hadn't told her. Actually, I can't say I approve of the stories I saw during my observations. That's so. They were my friends, and they were supposed to lead happy lives. But all their stories end with their deaths caused by some
incomprehensible being called Mamiya. That shouldn't be allowed to happen.
Shouldn't be allowed, you say?
Do you know something?
No, I don't know anything about what you're in charge of. I just thought spectators sure are a diverse bunch.
Are you a spectator yourself?
Who knows?
What should I do? I would do anything to make them happy, but...
Spoken word has power, you know. You serious?
I sure am. The person behind the door fell silent for a good moment. I simply continued staring at the heavy door, waiting for him to resume.
So, you want to know how to interfere?
Interfere?
Didn't the librarian give you an explanation?
Well, she did in her own eccentric way. But she also emphasized that interference is forbidden, that we mustn't get involved.
They're dogs who only care about efficiency. Don't mind them. That said, ordinary spectators wouldn't bother with it simply because they can't be bothered. You, tragically, are no ordinary spectator.
Yes, I have my memories. I recall the time I spent with them.
So you want to ensure they end up happy. Obviously, there's a chance that you'll fail and nothing will change. Your safety isn't guaranteed either. You might end up dying yourself while in the story.
But I'm already dead. The Natsume is already dead?
If you're gonna interfere, you won't just be watching stuff unfold from way on high. You better become a character in the story, so you'd obviously be able to die. So what'll it be? Will you keep on observing as your friends die, or risk your own life to try and change the ending? The choice is yours.
Life in this place does sound tempting. There wouldn't be a single dull moment. But if it comes at the cost of their happiness, I don't need it. For that, I wouldn't even mind dying.
Do you have any idea what you're saying? You don't have to die anymore, yet you're still willing to take the risk?
Well, I'm already dead.
That means precious little in this world. You made it here, didn't you?
Still, I don't care how many times I'll have to die. I just want to give them the endings they deserve. Alright. There's a book with a black cover before me. I took deep breaths as I looked at it. I would interfere with the story. The mysterious person behind the door told me I could do it, but I had no idea if I could even trust him. Deciding the truths, huh? I gently ran my fingers along the cover. This brief written work contained countless possibilities, and I had to pick one of them. In that case, let there be a different possibility than the ones before. I pleaded before reading the first line. Tokyo, during the year in which the world was prophesied to end. Mamiya died. Dun dun dun! Under a dull monochrome sky, the rain fell heavy upon the concrete below. Heavy rain? 4 silhouettes had gathered, yet the gloomy weather hid their expressions well. None of them had umbrellas. Hanging their heads, they merely stood in place. Ellipses. Ellipses. None of them showed any willingness to move, let alone speak. The tallest man in the group stood with his arms dangling powerlessly at his side, while the heavy rain drenched his dark, inky locks. Oh, that's, isn't that Minato's uncle? Not Minato, Keito's uncle? Even covered in droplets, the large glasses of the man to his side did little to hide the pain in his expression. What? The dark blue blazer of the young man next to him was completely soaked, making it weigh heavy on his shoulders. The last person was a beautiful young girl with chestnut-colored hair. A veil of grief had come over her eyes. She bit into her tiny lips, seemingly as if to hide her emotions. That's the second time they've mentioned tiny lips. And my heart skipped a beat.
No, that was mouth. Never mind.
And my heart skipped a beat as I watched the alcohol slowly trickle into her tiny mouth.
It was a mystery what the four had in common. All of them seemed deeply hurt, but they weren't supporting each other. It was evident they were all strangers. Suddenly, someone broke the silence. Mamiya. None of the four had the energy left to tell which one of them had spoken up. However, the name made all four of them look up, and then their eyes finally met. They stared at each other with pale lips and faces. What is this? Ellipses question mark. I hadn't interfered at all. Until now, whenever I spectated, the story began with my funeral. And yet, where did they go? Where are Kikichiro and the others? I want to find out about the entity that brings them pain, Mamiya. So what was that Mamiya died line at the start? Mamiya died? I found it hard to believe that Mamiya would die so easily. More importantly, who are these people? I spent a moment in thought but came up with no answer. For now, I'll just see how the story goes. If I was able to, I'd make them all sound like different voices doing the British accent, but I can't do that. What voice should we give? See, this is the problem. We've got 3 more dudes and another lady. What voices are we gonna give them? What voices? I gotta have some voices reserved for the extra background characters that show up. I gotta have some voices on reserve for them too. Excuse me. I'm not gonna do that to him. Okay, so we've got. I know they had a picture of. I know they've shown all 4 of them on screen at some point. But there's Glasses Kid, the dude, the tall dude, and the lady, and then one other dude. I think. Blazer Kid, tall man, glasses guy, and girl. I've got nothing. Excuse me. 1 coffee, please. Well, now I've got to do a voice for him. Is this the same guy from Kato's thing? I don't remember. It doesn't matter anyway. I got it. I got one. And then, what was the voice I did for Man C? And another one for me. How about you two? Oh, this is gonna get too close to Natsume's. Oh no. The tall man looked unquestioningly at the 2 people in school uniforms who ended up requesting the same order as him. The waitress took their orders and walked away, once again leaving the 4 people to their awkward silence. Ni Gaki. Toma. They were drenched in rain. The warmth inside the cafe had dried them up a bit, but they could still easily catch a cold. None of them seemed to care, though. They had something far more important to worry about than the cold. The girl who had been trembling finally broke down in tears. We have not used the Sugumi voice. We could give her the Sugumi voice. Mamiya. No one said a thing. Not even a word of consolation. Also, I realized in keeping on with the accents, I probably could just give one of the dudes like a really bad like Australian accent. That would probably work. They simply felt the weight of the silence pressing down on them, almost as if they themselves were crying. Here's your order. 4 coffees. The silence was broken when the cold-eyed waitress returned with their drinks. Oh, cold-eyed? Then she'd probably say something like, here's your order. 4 coffees. Regaining some of their composure, the 4 watched as hot steam build up from the coffee. Some began drinking right away, while others suffered in silence as they remembered him, he who shall not be named. Mamiya Volt. What? Voldemamia. Voldemia. What would you say to some... Oh, I could do the Todd Habercorn voice. Let's continue to ruin characters by giving them dumb voices. What would you say to some reminiscing? The suggestion came from the tallest man. So we've got trying to do a deep voice, the Habercorn voice, or I guess like the what was the voice I did? What did I do in Zenki Zero? There were a lot of guys in Zenki Zero. You had Zen, Haruto, Mamoru, and Ryo. See, the problem is, I think Zen's voice was just this. Every time Zen had dialogue, I just talked like this. It was just me going, listen, I do not care. Haruto's voice was just the haha voice. And then Mamoru's voice was something like this. And then Ryo's voice was,
Hey, bullying girls? That's not cool, Hajime.
So what has this man been left with? Ryo already took the Zen voice. Minato took the Nagato Nagito voice. Nobody has the Haruto voice, although I feel like that's better reserved to the nameless background characters. Can I do? Let me. I have to mentally prepare. No, I don't think I can do a consistently, especially not with the Natsume accent. I was thinking about doing Australian. I don't think I can do it. Yeah, no, I think it's just gonna sound. I think it's gonna blend too much. Okay, okay. So we've got something, 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 and we've got glasses guy sounding like this. So what is this last guy supposed to? I feel like this guy should sound like that, but the ship's already sailed. There's always a really bright voice. Oh, should I do the Patrick Seitz voice? The weird Ritza. Ah, one of us will live. Okay, okay, okay. We need distinct voices, and I don't care. Okay, I might end up changing these because I have a feeling I'm going to be stuck around with these characters for a long time, and I might not want to do these voices the entire time. But reminiscing about what?
What else? Mamiya, of course.
The very air seemed to freeze around them. It felt as though the coffee would go cold in a matter of seconds.
So, how about it? I think it would help us process things and get our feelings in order.
His silent tone made him seem emotionally unfazed, which only seemed to amplify the anxiety of the other three. In fact, not even he knew why he had said something like that. He didn't actually want these strangers to know about the memories he had shared with Mamiya. However, he didn't want to know how Mamiya. Oh, he did want to know how Mamiya was reflected in their eyes. This conflict was shared by all four of them. You start then. You're the one who suggested it, so it's only fair.
Very well. I'll tell you about the Mamiya I knew.
Oh no. Oh no. If this is like the other ones, I'm gonna have to do this voice like all this time while he recounts this. This is gonna be such a train wreck.
Honestly, I couldn't remember when I met him. He was always by my side as an invaluable part of my everyday life.
I might have also used this voice for one of the versions of Mamiya. I don't remember.
I keep saying him and he, but if I'm honest, even now, I don't actually know his gender. Do any of you know if he's a man or a woman? Was this asexuality of his just a product of his youth? Many say that when boys are most juvenile, they're closer to girls than ever. Mamiya seemed to be this idea made manifest. He had the smile of an omnipotent god, an ill fit for his otherwise small frame.
Oh no, this is gonna be such a weird thing if I have to talk like this the whole time.
There was no need for sex there. It was like a privilege of something holy.
Like Heretic Inquisitor.
That was what I had on my mind day by day, at least. Hold on. Yes?
The three were listening to him with puzzled expressions, but the one to finally break the silence was the beautiful girl.
While I wouldn't say he didn't have anything androgynous about him, Mamiya was so obviously a man. Really? I couldn't tell at all. Huh? I can't believe you. You can tell at first glance. Mamiya was easily taller than glasses over there, and he had an Adam's apple.
With the girl suddenly pointing at him, the spectacled man was surprised for a moment, then furrowed his brow even more. The tall man parted his lips slightly and waited for the girl to speak.
Mamiya, he taught at my school. He was a high school science teacher. He had trimmed hair and always wore a lab coat and a turtleneck. He seemed fairly popular amongst female students and was well liked by the guys, too. He was probably very good at teaching. He used to smile all the time, almost statistically so. His hands were large and bony. I mean, I hate men, but his hands were special. Mamiya had always been sensitive to the nuances in other people's hearts. He also knew exactly what was going on in mine. He never told me where he lives, how old he is, or if he's married, but at school was a dreadful, suffocating place, and Mamiya was the only one I could unconditionally trust.
This is starting to sound like Wonder Egg Priority and Life is Strange. This is Glasses Guy, right? That ain't right.
The next one to talk was the spectacled man.
He was the only one who'd emptied his coffee cup. Not caring one bit for the girl's scornful gaze, he was the very picture of audacity. What, just because you saw me do it, all of a sudden I'm guilty? You don't have much luck with men, do you?
Excuse me?
Listen here, Mommy is a woman. If you can mistake that for a dude, you must have some messed up standards for men.
Ew.
And you there, Mommy is no child, she's clearly an adult.
Oh, really? And what makes you think that?
Mommy is the only woman I've genuinely loved. This is still him talking? I doubt anyone else left such a huge impact on me. Not in this life, that's for sure. Well, she did have a somewhat masculine way of speaking, I'll give you that. But that's hardly justification enough for outright declaring her to be a guy. There was this unique aura about her, like she knew exactly what she wanted and wouldn't allow anyone to interfere. She was intelligent, insightful, and independent to boot. She usually wore a racing jacket on her shoulders and enjoyed the kind of tobacco only oddballs would appreciate. It's starting to sound like Red Hood. I inhaled that smoke more times than I can count. It was more than enough for a man to fall in love. Oh no, I forgot that I gave this man such an awful voice.
So, you're just gonna keep quiet like that, huh?
I'm guessing the Mamiya you knew is different from ours. Hey, you listen to us?
Oh, sorry. I was spacing out.
The bags under his eyes made it clear that he had led an exhausting life.
Thought keeps playing in my head, no matter how hard I try to shake it off.
What? Bach?
Oh, nothing. Forget I said that.
Oh no. This is gonna be bad.
Mamiya and I were just friends. He had been at my side as long as I could remember. He looked out at the world with large, curious eyes and wore a school uniform that was different from mine. I wasn't even sure if he went to school, though. I figured he had his reasons, so I chose not to pry. I've lost count of how many times his distant attitude and boundless self-confidence helped fill me with courage. I really can't say we met often.
I can't either.
I ran into him now and then, and we'd discuss current affairs, but for some reason, he still felt like a close friend I'd known all my life.
I really hope I don't have to go extended periods of time with any of these characters talking.
None
of our Mamiyas match up, huh?
There's something I want to ask you. Do you know anyone else who knew Mamiya? The question, asked in a very serious tone, made everyone else freeze up. I went and asked around about a woman called Mamiya, but there wasn't a single person who told me they knew her.
Same for me. But how is that even possible? I mean, he was a teacher at my school, and many students took his classes. Why did everyone forget him?
What is Mamiya anyway?
All four of them had something to tell the others. However, if they actually said it, it would have been akin to denying their precious memories and their own Mamiyas. No one said anything after that. Phew. Blackout. The story briefly stopped. I closed the book with a sigh. I'm finding more questions than answers. And that's why you came to me, eh? Yes, I figured I should get the opinion of a senior in the field. A senior? Me? Yes, did I upset you? Well, now that you mention it, you are kind of a junior to everyone in this world. I don't mind helping you. I mean, there are worse ways to kill time. Careful you don't get found out, though, or else you'll be pushing daisies. What? I'm aware of the risks. Anyway, I learned some new things, but all they did was make me even more confused. Like my friends, each of those people at the cafe were close to their own Mamiyas, and they were all torn up over Mamiya's death. They had their lives tampered with by Mamiya and were freed by Mamiya's death. That's what I thought at first. But it doesn't really seem that way, does it? No, and I then considered another possibility, that even in death, Mamiya might still be tormenting those four. Mamiya might have died and become a ghost that still messes with their lives. I use ghost as a metaphor, but knowing that Mamiya has no form, it doesn't sound particularly far-fetched. If they weren't freed from Mamiya but were unable to let go and became trapped, they might be caught up in Mamiya's tragedy, just like my friends were. If I can save as many people from Mamiya's influence as I can, I'll do it. But I first need to know what Mamiya really is. I bit my lip, bearing the chagrin. I thought I had come upon a new lead, but instead found even more of Mamiya's victims. If left alone, he would bring misfortune upon people other than my friends. Suddenly, I heard the sound of finger snapping behind the door. Relax, newbie. Huh? Weren't you told the spectator's job is to observe? It's kinda like star reading. If you take your time and observe, you'll be able to predict if the next trajectory is worthy of being the historical truth mankind follows. Start by unraveling the causes one by one. That's the first step of a spectator. And now, if you'll excuse me, you said the haha funny word, so I am now contractually obligated to derail the stream for a short amount of time to do a really not funny joke.
教えてよ教えてよその仕組みを僕の中に誰がいるの壊れたよこの世界で君が笑う何も見えずに
And then we're gonna stop it right before the fun part. Unravel each and every case. Well, it ain't uncommon for new characters to show up. You gotta keep the story fresh and exciting, right? No. What's important is to find the common link that connects them to the stories you've already observed. So, it's like a book that leaves so much to interpretation that completely different characters and scenes could be involved in similar situations and thus get mixed up? Sounds like poor script writing. Exactly. The people at the cafe and my friends, the only thing they had in common was Mamiya. So their involvement with Mamiya was enough to insert them into the historical truth as a what if? That confirms my suspicions. Those four are also in Mamiya's clutches. I didn't know who they were. Unlike Pikachu, Yo, and the others, they weren't my friends in real life. I like how it's always specifying Ryo. Like, sorry Haruki, sorry Minato, sorry Kaito. Oh well.
What I did know was that they too had fallen prey to Mamiya. I can't just watch and let even more people suffer these tragedies. I clenched my fist, my body trembled with anger. I appreciate your help.
So, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you, bad boy? What?
Their stories might contain the hints I need to find out what Mamiya truly is. I'll spectate some more. I'm thinking about spectating the wiki page next.
What? That's so. Best of luck then. Be careful not to get any spoilers.
Thanks. Alright. I walked over to the book and took a few minutes to gather myself. I would shy away from no amount of detours if it meant I could save my friends. I'll find out what Mamiya is if it's the last thing I do.
Don't say things like that.
I focused my consciousness. It was something I had to do in order to sink deeper into the story. Leaning forward, I read the first line like I always had. As I stepped out of the movie theater, what? Tokyo, during the year in which the world was prophesied to end. I took a deep breath and gathered my resolve.
Then, let me teach you how to interfere.
As my senses began to fade, I recalled what the man behind that cold door had told me. I wasn't deep enough yet. I had to go further down. He needs to go deeper.
Now's your chance. Bite your tongue.
I poured all I poured all my strength I could into my jaw.
If you pass out while spectating, your consciousness loses its place and continues to descend, until your soul enters some random schmuck in the masses, and you get yourself a body to inhabit in that world. So he's kind of like the Doctor, sort of.
I didn't know if there were any truth to his word.
And he's British! Wait, we might be onto something. We might be onto something. He keeps repeating the same thing like Groundhog Day, which is vaguely time related. He's British, and he can possess the bodies of random people. Just saying.
Perhaps he simply wanted to deceive me and make me suffer a fate worse than death. Even so, if there is even a sliver of a chance that I could save my friends, I would do it, no matter the pain. Natsume died.
Wow. Sounds like a great place to stop the stream. Sounds like a great place to end the stream. Let me save, game. Let me say no. Okay, we'll go on a little bit more. This does seem. I was gonna try to find a place to end the stream, but this kind of seems abrupt. So we'll go on for a little bit more.
Huh? I'm back at my funeral again. What happened to the people from the cafe? As one question after another raced through my mind.
Racing into the night? Wait, racing into the night? Racing through his mind? Wait.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you.
Oh, sorry. It's my fault, really. Wait. Huh? Without even thinking, I grabbed the hand peeking out of his blazer. Personal space, my guy. Haven't you ever heard of the phrase, stranger danger? Do keep in mind that it is forbidden to interfere with a story. Sorry, it's nothing. I see. I'll be going then. Bye. After that, my funeral progressed just as it had the last few times I'd seen it. No matter how many times I went through this, imagining their pain as they approached the casket always hurt me. Natsume. How did they see me? Under usual circumstances, spectators don't retain any of their past memories. Due to this, it's especially complicated for someone like you, who retains memories of a past life while being assigned to a story related to them. When you begin spectating, you descend into the present of the story and take over the position of a nameless character. That's how it works. Huh? Take over? But then, what happens to the life of that person?
Whatever do you mean? A single member of the nameless masses hardly has a life worth a story. I wouldn't concern myself with it, focus instead on spectating. As a result of all that, I would be perceived differently than the Natsume Soichiro that being mourned right now. That was how it was supposed to be. It felt strange that my mourning friends didn't call out to me as Natsume. As the funeral came to an end, people began to file out of the church. If I didn't do anything here, the story wouldn't change one bit. In each of their perspectives, Mamiya would trifle with their lives, resulting in their eventual deaths. Interfere with the story. I'll make them all happy. Excuse me, are you Tojo Minato? Toho? What?
Huh? Oh. Yes.
I have something to tell you. It's about Natsume. What's this about Natsume? I came here because he said it concerned me. I've done too many voices. Huh?
Huh? You too? I thought it was just about me.
Okay. I don't think I can continue doing the Nagito voice.
I thought it was just about me.
We'll reduce him to
Gnarly, dude.
oh, but now Ryo's voice is gonna be kind of confusing now too. Oh, thank you very much for coming. What a pain. I'm out. Huh? Oh, wait.
I thought it'd be just about me and Natsume. Why are the others here? Is this a new kind of prank? I gotta say, using a dead person for something like this is in really bad taste. No,
I have a message from Natsume. What? What? And it's related to us? Yes. Look at this. I pulled out a single piece of paper from my chest pocket. Look, it's Natsume's handwriting. I got it from him while he was still alive.
While he was alive?
Yes. Actually, I had written it up during this very funeral. I may have not have looked like Natsume Soichiro, but I still had his handwriting. The four gathered around the piece of paper on the bench, looking like scientists faced with a tough equation.
Why would he? It's like he knew he was.
Wait. Oh, I remember now why I just stuck with the Nagito voice. It's so much easier to do.
Gnarly, dude. It seemed like he knew he was gonna die.
Is this his will? An informal one, at least. An informal will? Some people write them down in case they die. That's right. Normally, this kind of note would include the person's hopes and requests, like whether to keep them on life support, what to do with their wealth, things like that.
But written here?
Pikachu Yo. Tojo Minato. Morchika Haruki. Suo Kato. The names of the four The names of the four of you gathered here. What did Natsume want of us? Maybe that's the voice. Maybe that's how I'll differentiate him from Arisugawa. This is what's written on the paper. The paper. During the month before my burial, please gather every Friday and decide what to bury alongside my casket. That is what he wants.
Of the four of us, you mean?
Yes. Even though most of us don't even know each other? Yes. What the hell is he thinking? He wants us to choose what to bury with him? Is that really Natsume's wish? It is, yes. He entrusted this to me. Unlike a standard will, this doesn't hold any legal power, so ultimately the choice is yours. But Natsume wants you to properly process his death. That's what I think, anyway. The contents of the note made me seem so stubborn and narcissistic that even I wondered why I'd written it. Strangely enough, though, it really did seem like Natsume had jotted all this down while he was alive and then entrusted it to me. Since I had no memories of how Natsume died, I couldn't help but feel that way. Count me out. But this funeral's enough of a goodbye. I don't have what it takes to drag Natsume's death around for a whole month. Yo! Maybe I will keep doing the voice. I understand. I want to do this. Huh? We would meet up, talk about Natsume, and decide what to bury with him. This is kind of embarrassing, but it still hasn't sunk in for me that he's gone. Even after all this, I'd probably just go, oh, he's gone, and then completely forget about him within a few days. And then I'd just be back to just having fun chats with my classmates. That's totally normal, though. What's the... that's not his voice. Blah. That's totally that's totally normal, though. What's the big deal? That's how you're supposed to treat the dead.
You don't have to say it like that, though.
Yes, it is normal, but that's why I don't want to end it like this. Like it's nothing. I want to properly say goodbye to him.
I want to do it as well.
Minato.
He's right. I still haven't properly processed Natsume's death. When he died, I wished I had been kinder to him. I regretted not talking to him more. And that's the kind of regret that stays with you your whole life. So at the very least, I want to sort out my feelings and do it the right way.
God, I can't stand gloomy shit like this. This should be the end for people, damn it. He didn't even keep in touch. So why would he choose me? Fine, whatever. Guess it's only for a month.
Does that mean that you'll...
Yeah, but we're strangers once it's over. Kikuchi Ryo, was it? Yeah.
I won't force you to do this, but I would like to know what Natsume spoke to you about. Is that bad?
I won't be of much help, though.
That's not a problem.
Okay, then. I'd like you to all meet up in this church again next Friday. Hold on. What's your name?
Huh? My name? Oh, yeah. It's kind of creepy how you know all our names, but we don't know yours. You didn't tell us how you knew Natsume either.
What name was I supposed to use here? Seeing me act so perplexed, they all gave me justifiably suspicious looks.
Come on. Hurry and think of a name.
My name is Natsume. Oh, I went and said it. Huh?
Are you related to Natsume?
I don't think so. I didn't see this guy among the relatives during the funeral. Are you...
Their distrustful looks only made me even more uncomfortable. I couldn't think of anything else. Should I have just blurted out a random name? Well, obviously, anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together would have done that. But after seeing them die one by one, getting to finally meet them face to face, made me act greedy. If at all possible, I wanted them to call me Natsume again. And this is what it led me to.
He should have called himself something like, he should have said his name was Yamada. Think you're too good to give us your real name? Talk about being arrogant.
Are you messing with us? I can't say I appreciate being the butt of a joke.
I love him so much. I love how they were being all serious and then they're like, it's time to break it down. Is that your actual name?
I didn't expect to be in such a deep mess. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Natsume isn't that rare of a name after all.
That's so?
Yes. I'm really sorry. I hesitated to reveal my name because I knew it'd only end up confusing you. But I can also understand why it would make you mistrust me. The bottom line is, I'm not his relative, but my name is also Natsume. You could have just said that from the start. Thank you, Suo Kato.
So, how do you know Natsume?
Oh, we happened to run into each other in town.
Really? And he gave you a note that important?
Haruki Morichika's gaze pierced through me.
See, wait, they switched it around. Interesting. Wait, that confuses me. Because every other time it's been Morichika Haruki. Wait, hold on, okay, I'm just not gonna worry about it.
I had to make this seem feasible, otherwise they'd never agree to meet up again. To be able to reasonably keep in touch with them, I had to make sure they still trusted me. I needed to think of a good explanation. Please remember Natsume's personality. Please remember Natsume's looks. Wasn't he such a handsome devil? Women would line up for miles to see him, and men were bewitched by his beauty as well.
What? My favorite part about visual novels. My favorite part about visual novels is just making up dialogue. This one's funny, so we're gonna go with this one.
Please remember Natsume's looks.
His looks.
Wavy, curly blonde hair, the face of a doll, and eyes akin to vivid rubies. Please bear in mind that this wasn't my own evaluation of my looks, but the aggregate opinion of those around me when I was still alive. Trying to hide the bashfulness that came from having to describe my own looks, I went on. Natsume and I got along right away because we're so much alike.
Huh? You look nothing like him.
Huh? So much alike is a bit of a stretch. What do you think, Yo?
He doesn't look like him at all.
What? What? But I was actually Natsume, so why? Spectators appear as different people. I'd completely forgotten that despite me still being able to see myself as Natsume, everyone else saw me as a total stranger. Whoa.
Well, Natsume might say that though. He was the type to zero in on the strangest things. Yeah, I guess so.
I'm glad you agree. What did they actually think of me? Phew. Left alone in the church, I sighed. The lively atmosphere from before had been replaced by an almost oppressive silence. The friends I thought I'd never meet again, and Natsume, the five had now agreed to meet each other over the next month. I could have never reached this point by remaining as a mere observer. I need to carefully make sure it all goes well. I could have never achieved this just by spectating. This was a result of my ego, a clear consequence of my interference. I changed the story. My words reached no one. However, saying them out loud filled me with such a clear, conscious realization of what I'd done. What I'd just done. I felt the fact that I'd interfered with the laws of this world as well as the guilt for having broken the rules. It was like a shackle weighing me down. Even so, I will save them.
I wonder if that'll go so well.
The voice coming from behind jolted me to alertness.
Maybe I should start this. I think this is Mamiya. Start preparing your friends' funerals for when you fail.
It was a voice I could never forget. A voice I'd cursed even in my dreams.
Dun dun dun. Oh, it's Tojo Monata. What do you say? Not to me. Mamiya. So we have to give Mamiya a voice, right? Right? Don't we have to give him... Because he's had a different voice, or Mamiya's had a different voice based on what Mamiya was. So Haruki's Mamiya talked like this. And Ryo's Mamiya talked like this. And actually I think I did the same voice. I think I did the same voice for... Oh no, I did. Haruki's Mamiya sounding different was just something because it's been so long since I played the game last. I think I did the same voice for all three Mamiyas. Okay, we'll keep doing that voice, the weird like Monokuma voice. I'm glad your penchant for the dramatic is alive and well, spectator. How do you know that title? How indeed? Care to wager a guess? The wave of his hands made it obvious that he had no intention of giving me a proper answer. I had a million questions to ask him. Why was he killing them? What was the so-called Trichiliocosm that supposedly awaited them beyond death? Trichiliocosm? Trichiliocosm. And most importantly, what even was Mamiya? Swallowing my numerous questions, I simply glared at him. I don't care what goes on in your head, but that changes the moment you start putting their very lives on the scale. I won't allow you to drive those innocent people to their deaths. In response, ha! He grinned, his face full of joy. Driving them to their deaths, you say? A thought born from a mind controlled by science. What? Let me ask you this then. Oh, that's getting too close to Samajima's voice. Why do you people fear death? He merely squinted, but that alone changed the very air in the church. It felt as though he was trying to assert dominance over this entire place. Was he Q-posing? And he wanted me to know too. No one really knows death. Tell me, did any human in this world ever experience true death? Humans don't even understand whether it's good or not. They're simply controlled by this preconception that it's something to be shirked. No. People fear death precisely because they don't understand it. In the world we live in, a single death means the end of it all. Once dead, you can no longer meet any of your friends or family. You can't change that fact. I'm not laughing. So you're saying it's all good as long as people get to live for a minute or a second longer? That's not what I... No, that's exactly what you meant. Death scares you only because you're dependent on your body and honor. What a simple, materialistic line of thinking, devoid of wisdom and reason. I'm only talking about good lives. It wasn't just their deaths I found issue with, but their way of life too. Admit it, because of you Mamiyas that they all ended up miserable. Are you really sure about that? From a different angle, you could say Mamiya saved them. Can't you perceive it that way? What? Humans don't know death. It's only their fear of the unknown that drove them to view it as something evil. And so, by granting them an unknown death, Mamiya saved them. Because, you see, salvation at the hands of death was their truest, most earnest desire. How did you feel about their predicaments anyway? Did you think they would have eventually found happiness if they had continued to live, bound in their personal cages of isolation? Yes. As long as you're alive, you're able to start over. The possibilities are endless. My, what an awfully cruel thing to say. The temperature around us decreased. You witnessed so much pain, yet you would continue to tell them to endure the torture that is their lives. You would continue to tell them to dream of a better future. Am I getting this right? No. Try as you might, your snake tongue will not lead me astray. The greatest error in the good lives they had is the appearance of the illusion calling itself Mamiya. Oh. Everything you've said is subjective. A self-centered evaluation rooted in arrogant sophistry, nothing more. They were similar,
Mamiya warming its way into their lives made them lose sight of objectivity, and that's why they ended up consumed by a subjective illusion. You forget, they are very much at fault too. They sought us out. We merely answered their call. You're wrong. That was because Mamiya, because you made sure to close off their means of escape. But this time, I'm putting an end to your schemes. Will you now? I'll lead them down the path to salvation, even if Mamiya appears.
Hee hee hee. He'll take away the mystery-solving fun.
Natsume Soichiro, a stellar body coupled with a wonderful soul.
Hello, Pure Love Gaming. Thank you for the 10 bits. Once again, the alerts are maybe working, but I can't hear. Oh, I didn't. Well, maybe they're not working. I didn't see anything in OBS, unless it's just, I don't know. The audio part of it might not be working. How are you this evening? I'm doing pretty good. I just realized, like, 5 minutes ago that I actually did have a voice for Mamiya, so I've been having a lot of fun doing that. I've been suffering trying to juggle between like 7 different voices for these characters, but aside from that, pretty good.
He held his hand out, looked at me like a thing of beauty, then swung it down.
It was a Kokichi reference. Yes, it was. If he can't, he's gonna make it boring for everyone. Hee hee hee. 2 to the 1 to the 1 to the 3. Entertain me, peasant. Hee 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 hee. Then he'll make it boring for everyone. This world is mine. I am the king. Kokichi Oma tuckered out after crying.
He held his hand out, looked at me like a thing of beauty, then swung it down. I'm almost jealous. His eyes burned with sarcasm, but when I returned his gaze with a scowl, he quickly changed his expression. But you still don't understand a thing. His implicative words made me scowl even harder. What do you mean? The man simply laughed at me before turning around and walking to the door. Let that question torture you, nameless spectator. Wait, I won't let you do it, you...
I've always tried to do different voices for characters and then somehow everyone's under the same voice. You're very good with all your voices. I try very hard to make sure they are as different as possible so that doesn't happen. I'm like, they have to sound completely different because if they don't, they're all just going to turn into one voice. Kaha?
I was back. I had just lost a chance to unravel the mystery behind Mamiya.
Was it the librarian?
If that alone wasn't enough, I felt something intensely unpleasant as well. Almost like there was something in my mouth. Oh, then I guess I should have been talking like this. Clumping down, I realized that I had blood so much on my mouth that the blood began to form a puddle on the floor. I filled my hand in my mouth and finally started moving around, but I found before. Hello, I grabbed the hold of my tongue and stabilized my breathing. Before I knew it, my tongue was completely healed. The feeling, combined with the sight of blood, made me remember. Right, I bit into my... Are you alright? Miss Librarian, this is... You appear to have returned while in the middle of spectating. It's hardly an uncommon occurrence, so don't let it bother you. Huh. Could I really just ignore all this blood? Huh? The fresh blood I'd bled onto the floor moments earlier was nowhere to be seen. More importantly, how did your work go? Did you see any major flows in the story? Did you see the stars shift? It's, going well. I averted my gaze and did so almost unconsciously. Most excellent. A fatigued worker is a poor worker. I would advise you go rest now. Thank you. I will. I couldn't bring myself to look directly into her eye. She taught me all the basics when I was lost and confused, yet I repaid her kindness with betrayal.
Betrayal? That sounds pretty sus.
Even so, I want to find the path that leads to their salvation. Alone and surrounded only by books, I joined my hands together and hung my head in silence. Okay, I feel like this is a good place to stop the stream. A title screen, another title screen, I feel like this is a pretty good chance. Chapter 3 and Tips 1 have been unlocked. Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty good place to end. Mainly because I would normally keep going, but I do kind of want to really pace these out because it's a lot of talking. um Now, one thing I will say though, are the tips, should I do those as they unlock or should I like do them all at the end? It is a lot, yeah. Cuz I know in Seabed doing the tips as they unlocked could kind of like help you piece together what was happening. And in some ways I guess could kind of be a spoiler. Um so I just did them as they unlocked. Do the tips as they unlock or right after chapter 3? Okay. Okay. So I might just do them as they unlock. Tips and then chapter 3. And then when we unlock tips 2 and then tips 3, I'll just do them as they unlock and then we'll continue on with the chapters as they unlock as well. Because I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like, oh, you can ignore them and just do them all at the end, or you should do them as they unlock because things will make more sense. Kind of like how um you can do different endings in 999, but some of them obviously will make more sense if you do them in certain orders. Did we unlock any new CGs? Oh, we did. Because I followed the guide for 999. I followed the guide for 999 because I was like, I want to get a full experience. I don't want to end up on some weird ending and then go crazy. And then I didn't follow a guide for Virtue/Reward, and I think I played the game in quite possibly one of the worst ways you could play it. I used the guide for all of Zero Escape. Yeah. I'm not gonna say anything. I know the game's old. Came out in what? Well, not that old. 2012, 2014. But when I played Virtue/Reward, I guess it's called the Dio ending first. But I got the ending that has like one of the big like reveal spoilers first, and I was so confused at what was happening. Nothing made any sense when I got that ending. Like it just stuff started happening, and I was like, "What's happening? What's going on?" And then I had to like go back through and replay like the whole thing because I had gone like on basically a straight line through the flowchart, and there were like no branching paths that I could go back to because I would start at like a different node, and then it would say, "Oh, you can't continue from now on. Go back to the beginning and do another route." And I was like, "Oh, cool. I guess I'm just gonna replay the entire game again." But I was so confused when I saw that ending. It confused me so much. And then Zero Time Dilemma was kind of a trip as well, but I think I kind of ruined that for myself because I looked at the flowchart, and I know people say that you shouldn't look at the flowchart because it helps keep the mystery alive. But it was okay. I still think that 999 was the best out of the three. I thought Zero Time Dilemma, I think the UI in Zero Time Dilemma was better than Virtue/Reward, but I didn't think the puzzles were as good. I will actually, aside from a couple things, I actually think I liked Virtue/Reward the least in terms of the puzzles, just because it didn't feel very intuitive. Like 999 felt very intuitive, and maybe that's just because it was really easy and handholdy, but I just felt like in Virtue/Reward, there was just a lot of like, I'm just clicking on random things and seeing what happens because I have no idea like what I can actually click on and what is actually a different item that I'm clicking on. I would just like click all over and I'd click on the same thing like 5 times in a row because I didn't know whether clicking on one specific part would do something. I don't know. I didn't like that. I think I enjoyed the puzzles anyway. Yeah, I mean, I personally,
have a bit of a soft spot for Zero Time Dilemma just because it reminds me of Danganronpa 3. That's the main. I'm biased. I was like, oh, it's like Danganronpa 3, and I was like, I like Danganronpa 3. I like the future arc, and that's fun. I just got bored of so many cutscenes because I read fast. Oh, yeah, that is my biggest gripe with Virtue/Reward. The unskippable animations of them walking from area to area where it just pulls up the map and you have the little blinking dot that goes dung 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 dung. That was so infuriating. It was like, it almost made me stop playing the game. I was just like, I cannot do this. But I was like, I gotta finish it. And I'm really glad I finished it. The ending was really cool. I really like the ending. I like how it kind of led into Zero Time Dilemma. And that was really fun. The twist at the end was cool. There is one glaring plot hole in my mind in Virtue/Reward. Actually, you know what? I actually have something. I don't know if it's on this scene, but I actually do have something for this. Is it one of these text sources? Is it this one? Let's just click on these. What are these? My computer is sick. That's not this. Okay, well, whatever. We're gonna make a new text source then, because I don't want to mess up a previous text source in a different slide. Text. Spoilers for Zero Escape. Okay. Spoilers for 999 Virtue's last reward. Zero Time Dilemma. If you don't want to have if you don't want spoilers for these games, then mute the stream. I will take it down after I've stopped talking about them. But yes. I know that they're old games, but I know that, like, not everybody plays all the games, and some people don't want spoilers because they might play the game later on. Is there a solid... Actually, you know what I can do? Bam. Okay, cool. Okay. So, if you don't know, and I'm going to start talking about them. So if you don't want to hear them, mute the stream, because I'm going to start talking about spoilers. Like big spoilers. Like this will change how you... Yeah. So in Virtue/Reward, right? It starts off with Sigma being like a college student. He's like, dang, I gotta spend Christmas writing a thesis paper. And then he's in his car, and then he gets gassed out by Akane. And then he's like, whoa. And he wakes up in an elevator. And it's like Saw, and he's like, hello, detective. And they gotta escape, right? And they meet a bunch of people, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You find out that what has happened is through some sort of really crazy time loop shenanigans, Sigma's consciousness from when he was a college student has been sent in the body of him as an old man in the future, and his consciousness as an old man has been sent back in time to his body as a college student, so they can start putting together this like self-fulfilling time loop thingamajig until they can save the world. And the entire game, he never realizes that he's old. And they explain away that the reason why he didn't notice any physical differences is because they were on the moon, and since they have a lower gravity, he didn't notice that he was not a buff college kid. But how? How does he not notice it? He doesn't want, like, he talks. He talks. He can hear. And
And you know what the best part about it is? The reveal is when he goes into the garden room and he looks down at the water in the river and he says, "Who's this old man?" He was canonically in that room with the lights on in the story. You can look at the water. And aside from that, there are tons of metallic things that they look at, and he never once sees his reflection. One of the first things you do is go into a bar and look at a bunch of glass bottles of alcohol. And I don't know about you, but have you ever looked at a bottle of wine? There's usually a reflection. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. I don't get it. Also, like, does he just never look at his own body? Does he never look at himself? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, just went along with the reveal. Yeah, it bugged me so much. It bugged me so much. I mean, I don't know about you, but personally, I think if I woke up in the body of my, like, 70-year-old self, I'm pretty sure I would notice that my hands and my arms look different. Just saying. I think I'd also notice if my voice sounded different. Maybe Sigma's just not that smart, you know? I have no idea. Or maybe Old Man Sigma had some really good skincare, except for the fact that we know he doesn't, because we see what he looks like as an old man, and he looks radically different than he does as a college student. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. You're great, Uchikoshi. You're great. You're a great story writer. I love Zero Escape. 999, one of my favorite games. I think it's the best out of the three. I think it's perfectly fine as a standalone game and it just ends and it's nice, and Junpei and Akane and whatever. And Somnium Files is great. You know, we love Date, but it just bugged me so much. It just Also, while we're talking about this, complex motives. His motives are quite complex. I kind of get why people don't like Zero Time Dilemma. Complex motives. The fact that the big reveal hinges on the fact that there was a character that is supposedly the player on their team. So there's actually a team with 4 people on it. There's 2 teams of 3, or 2 teams of 3 and 1 team of 4. And Zero is, Delta is you're playing as Delta. You're seeing things through as Delta. I guess technically it's all teams of 4 because Delta is like the spectator on all 3 teams. That also kind of makes me upset. Also, I won the coin toss the first time I played the game. I won the coin toss and the game just ended. Like, I got the 50% chance, I called it, and then the game just ended, and I was like, oh. I was like, okay, the game is gonna start now, right? Like, okay, so like this is like preset. No matter what I choose, it's gonna be right. Like, okay, I choose whatever it is, it's gonna be right, and then the game is gonna start, right? And then it just ended, and I was like, oh. And then I went back and I tried it again, and I lost the coin toss, and I was like, oh, so that's what's supposed to happen. But I was so confused. I was like, oh, the game's over? I thought it was a setup. I thought it was gonna be like, okay, we do this now, and then it's scripted, and then we get into the actual story. Like, this is like in present time, and then we do a flashback, right? And then I thought it was like the end of the game, and then it was like a flashback, like Final Fantasy 15, where you start with fighting Ifrit or whatever, and then you go back in time to Noctis going on the road trip. No, it was just, you won the coin toss. You win. Okay, that's enough about Zero Escape, as I've written it down in OBS. I wrote Spilers for Zero Escape. Good games. Play them. The Nonary games, which is Virtue's Last Reward and 999, are both available remastered on Steam. I personally believe that the DS version of 999 is better than the Steam version.
but you can play it on the Steam version because like good luck trying to find a DS copy. I will say, don't play it in like whatever the like adventure mode or whatever it is for 999. The one where it has the text boxes for the characters. Play in the mode that makes it so the text all appears on screen and like covers up stuff, because it's just better. You miss out on some minor things that I think are kind of cool. They're good if you get past the unskippable cutscene. Yes, yes. So the upside to the DS version is the game was designed with the DS in mind. So with that in mind, it does actually take advantage of the dual screens, and there's a very specific reason why it uses the dual screens. But there is absolutely no flowchart and no skip button. Well, there's kind of a skip button. There's a fast forward button, but no skip button. So if you want to play it on the DS, you'll have to have something to like hold down a button so you can just mash through the dialogue on when you're trying to do the different routes. The Steam version has a slightly different puzzle for one of the puzzles that use the dual screen. It has slightly different dialogue depending on which mode you play it in, and it does have a flowchart, so it's a lot easier to replay it and get all the endings. So honestly, Steam version's fine. I just like the DS version more. And then honestly, the other two games don't really use it, the dual screen stuff. I mean, there is, I guess, like there's like a haha like funny reference thing if on the 3DS version of Virtue's Last Reward that I don't think was in the PS or Vita version of the game. But it's whatever. It's not something you need to know. It's just a minor thing that after completing the game you'll go, "Oh, I get it." Doesn't really add anything. Anyway, this was Mamiya, the shared illusion of the world's end. And this is our dude who died, Natsume, who apparently went to school with our other dudes. I'm not sure how that quite worked out, but apparently this dude and this dude, not her, and this dude all went to school with this dude, and they were in the same class? I don't know. I'm still kind of unsure about how that works. Also, Minato's a maid. Him being a maid is never gonna not be funny. Also, this Mamiya is also a maid. I don't know. Maybe Haruki's got a thing for maids. Maybe he's got a thing. You know what? He said he would never be loved and he would be alone forever. I think there's something that could help him with that. Haruki, have you ever heard of a game called Nekopara? I think that might be able to fill the void in your soul. Haruki definitely has a thing for. Actually, you know what? What was the femboy Nekopara? Was that Dog Boy? What was the new one that came out? Nekopara, but guys. Catboy Paradise. Yeah, maybe he'd like Catboy Paradise more. They're not really maids though. Maybe they'll add some sort of like expansion pack where it's Catboy Paradise, but they're wearing like all the outfits from Nekopara. They're just butlers, I think. Yeah, that's sad. That's boring. Why couldn't they be like femboy maids? What happened to that, huh? Oh look, Mina, I can do it. I open up Steam and the first thing is a CG of Mina saying, I can do it. Also, Kaito always looks like a character from like Lucky Star. I don't know what it is, but his face, he always looks like somebody from Lucky Star. Just every time. He's bright. These really aren't good pictures. But it's his like no thoughts head empty face that he has. He just has a real like, today's Kato's birthday, by the way. That's Pog. That's Pog. He looks like Regis. That's his name, right? Right? Isn't that his name? Yeah, Regis. He looks like Regis Altair. He looks like Regis, and then Ryo looks like Fuma. We gotta find a good picture of Ryo. This is a pretty good one. Of like his face. He looks like he kind of looks like Regis, and he looks like Fuma. And I always think that's so funny because every time I look at them, I go, "It's Fuma and Regis," and then I can't take anything seriously. Haruki also looks like he'd be a VTuber. They all look like they could be VTubers. Midori looks like the girl from Clannad. That's what she reminds me of. And then she kind of reminds me of she looks like Min combined with Sia from Ether Knights. But no, I could totally see Ryo and Haruki and Kato being VTubers. Oh, this also... Minato's got some of the best expressions in the CGs. Like, bro is flabbergasted. He's got some of the best faces. He's got some of the best faces. Look at this face. It's so good. He's got some of the best faces. They're so expressive. Like every single one. He looks like so different in each one. Maybe it's just because he had a really dynamic story. Although, no, I mean, everyone else I feel like had pretty... I don't think anyone had as dynamic a story as Minato. But his faces, every expression, they're all so different. This one makes him look like Sing Sho. Speaking of Sing Sho, I'm really glad that I made my Chong Yun joke earlier with Haruka when he was like, "My body is so cold," and I was like, "Hey yo, someone called Chong Yun. Someone called Chong Yun." So now we know that this is Mamiya, and that he has eyes that look suspiciously like Minato's. And we know that Minato is also a maid. Minato being Sing Sho and Haruki being Chong Yun. Can you imagine if Chong Yun had like Haruki's attitude? Like if he still looked like Chong Yun but had Haruki's attitude, and if Haruki still looked like Haruki but acted like Chong Yun, that'd be the ultimate gap moe. No, I'm just imagining Chong Yun like aggressively swearing. That'd be too much gap. Too much of a gap. Too much of a gap. Sing Sho dressing up as a maid. Actually, that sounds like something that Hu Tao would do to him. Chong Yun dressing up as a maid, and then Sing Sho dressing up as a maid, and then Chong Yun aggressively swearing. That'd be funny. It'd be so out of character. Haruki with a popsicle and Chong Yun's. Chong Yun smoking, and then every time he showed up in an event, I could be like, "Don't worry, guys, I'm gonna read Chong Yun's lines," and then I'd be like, "Hey." No, that's not the right voice. "Hey, Sing Sho." He'd be like, "Sing Sho." He just turned into Shin Yan. Oh no. He'd be like, "This lantern right sure is popping, y'all. Y'all put a lantern up in the sky yet? Hey, traveler, I heard there are some ghosts up on Wushang Hill. I've been thinking about trying to exorcise them." It's like, oh, my heavenly yang body. I need to get my popsicles. Y'all ever try to exercise a Leo N ghost? It's like trying to re-engineer your butthole. Oh no. Country Changin would be so funny. What we've determined with this stream is that I can ruin every single character. Is there a character that you like? Don't worry, I can ruin them. And I can ruin all of these guys. I can absolutely destroy them. I've repeatedly apologized for making Haruki sound like that, but it's just so funny. It's just so funny. I don't think there's anything funnier though than Minato, the guy that like in his chapter thing, canonically I guess having a fairly high register and also having enough vocal range to dance and sing and be a maid, you know, be a maid girl in Akihabara. I don't think there's anything funnier than me deciding, like right off the bat,
that he was gonna sound like this.
Natsumi's my favorite and the British voice couldn't be better. It's all my preconceived stereotypes. I looked at him, I saw a blonde man in a trench coat, and I thought he's British.
But no, Minato sounding like this, even though he's like a maid, it's just so good. It's so good because it's like the complete opposite of every single way his story has portrayed him. He's always being portrayed as like really androgynous or like kind of like a feminine guy and everything like that, having a high voice, dressing up, being able to work as a maid, dancing and singing, and everyone thinking he's a girl. And then I make him sound like this, and it's so good because
yeah, it's just so funny. Wait. I've got something that works just for this. I've got something just for this. Which one would be funnier? I think SP is funnier. Summoning the office lady. Oh, where'd she go? Oh no. It switched over. You can see it. Why did it? Wait, hold on. Why did it switch? Oh, it's because I have this open. Your model is so good. Thank you. Wait, hold on. What is this capturing? Oh, is it capturing this? Weird. I forgot about that. Anyway, the illusion, the fourth wall has been broken just a little bit. Also, that means you saw all of my file names, which means you also saw roast chicken.
Roast chicken. Hello. Hello, detective. I'm the roast chicken. I'm the disembodied spirit of all of the chickens that have gone bad after Christmas.
What? Yeah, no, this was sent to me by somebody. I was sent this. But anyway, we're bringing out her because
not the I think it's really...
Wait, no, that's not his voice.
That's the Dark Knight hero. Tavat's greatest detective.
No. That's not what Minato sounds like. Minato sounds like...
Bullying girls? Not cool, Hajime. Can you imagine? So that's why I think this is like a really good example of if Minato really did sound the way I made him sound. In the maid outfit, talking like this.
Okay. Enough of that. I have more models that I could bust out for fun. I'm very long. But that's a waste of time. It's too much time. It's off topic, not what we wanted here. So I will decline from switching through them. Yeah, so we got 4 new characters. I don't know if they're gonna come back. Maybe they never come back. If they never come back, that's great news for me. It'll be great news if these characters never see the life of day. Also, isn't this dude? Isn't that Kato's uncle? Isn't it the uncle? Is it not? I thought he looked just like him. He kind of looks like the guy from Black Butler. The uncle, yeah, that guy. That's what he reminds me of. He reminds me of the guy from Black Butler too. But he does look like Sebastian. Yeah, he just kind of got. I think it's well. They gave him the I'm tall and my hair goes like this. But is this a different person? Oh yeah, it is because the hair is different. Oh, so this is Toma. He does not look anything like. He's the one who appears in Kato's row. Okay, I thought that was who it was. Okay, but we've got some new characters here. We've got this guy who has the unfortunate fate of having a voice that kind of sounds like this. Which I have to be very careful not to turn into the Mamiya voice, which is like the weird Kokichi voice. But it's supposed to be the voice I used for Dr. Terashima in Zenki Zero, voiced by Todd Habercorn. I don't know. And then this lady who I gave up and just said, she's gonna sound like this, even though it seems she has a somewhat abrasive personality. She's gonna sound like this because I've used up all the other female voices I have, and I didn't want to make her sound like this. Although it might be funny. Can you imagine if Niigaka sound like this instead? If she was just like, oh my god, you guys don't know what you're talking about. He was obviously a man. He was tall and had a really sexy Adam's apple. He was so hot. I'd love it. It is always good. The two voices, there's only two voices. It's the, actually. And then I guess sometimes you have the librarian voice, which is just like a neutral voice, but it's either the really quiet voice or it's, oh my god. Oh my god, Karen, you can't just ask people why they're white. If you're from Africa, why are you white? Oh my god, Karen, you can't just ask people why they're white. Stop trying to make fetch a thing, Gretchen. It will never catch on. I need to lose 3 pounds. Bring me a whole box. Okay. And then our other two friends here. Adi Sugawa, I think was his name. Who I ran out of voices. I ran out of voices and I wasn't going to try and come up with an accent to try and sustain something for that long. So he just sounds like this now. I don't care if it doesn't fit. I don't care if he doesn't look like somebody who would have a voice like this. Does Morichika look like somebody who would have a country accent? No. No. It's never stopped me before, and it's not stopping me now. And then, I guess this is Toma. And
Toma's gonna sound like this because I really have no idea. I have no more voices. If somebody else wants to find a better voice that I can do for long periods of time, then I can do it, but for now, Toma's gonna keep sounding like this.
so. That's that. I'm glad that I saved the hey, I'm walking here voice for the man in the door. I almost gave that one to Toma, but I thought that might be a little much. I thought it might be a little much. Not that I think the voice I gave him is any better, but you can really tell which characters. I can't see how much longer you can do that, Toma.
Hello, detective.
I think I can do it for. That's probably one of the easiest voices to do because all I'm doing is
Talking with my mouth open.
but it's the fact that I would have to do it and then change into a different voice. Like, I immediately regretted having to talk like having to do the British accent and then, hey, I'm walking here, and then go back to the British accent. That wasn't the British accent. That's like starting to get to like a really bad Irish, like they're magically delicious. I put it to something, the Shawnees alone, the Ravens in Fishel's Island, and the Golden Apple Archipelago. They kind of sounded like this, didn't they? Yes, they kind of sounded like this. I don't have a strong enough mental image either of the Cockney accent. Oi, governor. Maybe I'll make someone sound like this. No. Aye. Maybe I can do the like the Cockney Australian mix. Alas, sire, you'll ever need to hire. Maybe Tomo will sound like this. Kitchen gone. No, I think we're just not gonna try. I don't know. Because I've already pushing it with Ryo's voice and Glass's voice being very similar. And then Mina's voice and the librarian's voice are basically the same thing. It just changes how I say the words. I just say the words differently. They're basically the same voice. But luckily, hopefully, wait, actually, wait, hold on a second. Steam, library, collection, Mamiya, store page. Let me look at these CGs. There's a maid, there's the librarian. Nidome, silly little baby, it's time for a practical exam. Oh no. Is that another lady I see? I sure hope it's not. I sure hope it's not another character in general. And then who is this? Oh, well, I think I have my answer because there's Glasses, Sebastian, Toma, and the girl. Oh, Midori. And then who's this? Who's this lady? She's got like a Versace belt or something. No. Two more female characters? At least? No. This is not good. One of these girls, I assume, or women, I guess. Nidome, and this lady with the corset or whatever she's wearing. One of them is gonna end up sounding like this because I won't have any more voices to give her. So that's that, I guess. Anyway, I'm thinking about buying Uso Natsu, and that'll be fun because there's only 4 characters in that game. They're all women, but there's only 4 of them. We have our 2 main girls who fit the stereotype of being anime lesbians. You know, one of them's tall and slim and has short hair, and the other one is shorter and more curvy and has long hair. And one of them has dark hair, the other one has light hair because haha, contrasting colors. This time they actually switched it up, and the shorter, the more feminine girl has the dark hair, and the cool girl has the light hair, which is a fun switch up. But that'll be fun, I guess. Luckily, it appears that I can give the one of them a fairly neutral voice, the other one I'll give the Tsugumi voice, I'll give the teacher the who knows voice, and I'll give the blonde girl the oh my god, and then we'll be all set. And then, yeah. So, I said I was gonna end this stream. And it's been about 35 minutes since I said that, but that's okay. I think things have gone well. I think everything has gone well. I still don't think my camera is centered. I don't think it's centered. One day I'll get my camera centering to work, and one day I'll actually get the mouth tracking to work properly and not have to prop it up with the audio input stuff. I don't know what's happening. Everything just stopped working, and I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, it happens. It does happen. In the meantime, will hopefully get more of the VODs up on YouTube. I even had YouTube open just in case I wanted to play music, and I didn't even play any music. Well, that's not true. I played a bunch of snippets of songs. I think the last video that's public is the mirror to the Tears of the Kingdom stream, which wasn't even uploaded in the right order, but that video got blocked worldwide. Why did it get blocked worldwide? Let's see. What happened to this video that made it blocked worldwide? Oh, it was Namae wa Katalmoy, and then also Cell Block Tango, and then also Freiheit, and then also do 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 do, and then also Colors, and then also cool, something that's all in Korean that I can't read. I think that's actually I have no idea what that is. Also Piano Man by Billy Joel, and then also Hadu, and then also Seabed Moonlight, and then also 2002, and then also The Glow, and then also Ohanashi, and then also Colors again, and then also 330, and then also Alligator Sky no rap version, and then also Suki Niha Naisode, and then also something else that I can't read, and then Atlantis, and then the guy that I'd kind of be into, and then Pretty Girl, and then URL, and then The Kids Aren't Alright, and then Clarity, and then Evening Canon. Yeah, so cool. Everything. Everything. Despite the fact that like some of these songs are in the other VODs and they haven't been flagged for copyright, so who knows? But the VODs for the 6th, the 10th, the 14th, and the 15th of this month, February, are all up. So the only VODs that haven't been uploaded to YouTube are the VOD on the 1st, because I have to go through and edit it, and it's 10.5 hours long, and I shudder to think of what it's going to do with my storage after I have to re-render everything. The VOD on the 17th, which is the second Paper Lily stream, that shouldn't be too bad. The VOD on the 19th, which was the Val collab, and then Three Houses, which is also very long. It's 5.5 hours long and 26 gigabytes, and I shudder to think what'll happen after I re-render that. It'll probably be like 100 gigabytes, because aha. And then the stream on the 24th last week, which was the follow-up stream for Paper Lily, when I was going through and getting the achievements and getting all the hidden like story stuff I missed the first time. So they should all be up pretty soon. The only reason why the 4 VODs that have already been uploaded aren't public is because the VOD from the 1st has not been uploaded yet, and so I don't want to release the VODs out of order. I just think that's kind of annoying. So there's that. But yeah, those should be up. I realized I wasn't using H.265, so I was doing CPU encoding the entire time, and that's why the VODs were taking like 8 hours to render in DaVinci, because I wasn't using my graphics card for any of the video rendering. So yeah, I rendered one of the VODs before the stream started today, and I was like, whoa, it's only gonna take like an hour and a half, and it's not gonna take me all day to render a single VOD? That's crazy. I'm also gonna start, I'm testing lowering the output quality, because they're going on YouTube. Who cares? Who cares? It's an archive channel. I don't need like a 300,000 kilobyte a second bitrate on my videos. That's how I ended up with the VOD that was 100 gigabyte. I don't need VODs that big. They take forever to upload to YouTube, and then YouTube compresses them. I don't need that. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna cap the bit rates at something pretty low. I'm gonna test one of the Paper Lily streams, and I'm gonna like cap it, or maybe I'll render part of a Genshin stream and I'll cap it at like 30,000 or something, and we'll see how it looks. If it looks really bad, then whatever, but like honestly, who cares? The footage already probably looks that bad. And then YouTube compresses it some more, so who cares? Who cares? It looks good on my end. The videos always look fine on my local storage. It's when they get to YouTube and YouTube decides they need to compress everything because they need to save space that things get bad. But thank you all for watching. It's been about 10 minutes since I acknowledged the fact that it was 35 minutes since I said I was going to end the stream. So it's been 45 minutes since I've said I was going to end the stream. I got to rant about Zero Escape some more, which is always fun. I like doing that. But yeah, we do a call. Do we want to do a full callback? Do we want to do a throwback to like the old streaming days when I would say I would end a stream and then not, and then keep streaming for like another hour and then say I was gonna end the stream and then spend like 5 minutes outroing the stream saying goodbye? Do we want to go back to those times? Let's go back to those times. I said recently that the best way to derail a streamer was for any of you to exist. You referring to Dawn and Kawa, but yeah, let's ramble some more. I will be streaming at some point in time, later than now, sooner than never, hopefully, but not now, or an hour from now, most likely somewhere between 18 to 24 hours from now, or potentially 42 to 48 hours from now, or quite possibly 90 to 96 hours from now. What will it be? Well, just like the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, God only knows, because I certainly don't. I finally started playing Mamiya again. We finished Paper Lily. I could play Ether Knights. We could play Ether Knights again. We're trying to do the Min route now. I won't have the Min barrier at the final boss, but instead I'll be able to heal. We could fight What's Her Face again, and maybe this time I'll actually hit the QTE in the cutscene and not miss it. I love Haruhi. Nice. I'll let you in on a secret. As a first-time viewer, I make references to tons of things I know very little about. One of those things being Haruhi Suzumiya. My exposure to the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya has been hold on, I want to make sure I get the song right. I'm gonna have to look it up because I want to make sure I get it right. It's a the song from Victorious, correct? The Victorious song? There was a song, right? Right? There was a song from Victorious? Was it Victorious? It was a Disney Channel thing. Do I have it in the playlist from the stream where we watched it? I don't. You're missing out on the best movie of all time. I know people really like it. I just haven't watched it. I gotta find this. This is gonna bug me. This is not the playlist. The fact that I do not name my playlist anything intelligible has cursed me because I just mash my keyboard. Really don't care. I think really this AMV of Really Don't Care and the song God Only Knows are basically my exposure to the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. It's basically everything I know. I know that they got the club and that she's got like reality bending powers that they're trying to keep under bay by keeping her entertained, and aside from that, I don't know anything else. But yeah, I watched a dance AMV, which was just an AMV of a bunch of dance scenes in anime, and the song, and that's it. On the flip side though, I did watch like 90% of Girl Meets Girl. Not a good anime. I don't recommend that anybody watches it, but if you do watch it, watch the dub. It is so much better. It is so good. It takes something that's not that good and makes it even worse. I think you'd really like some Haruhi moments. There's time shenanigans. It's one of those things that I probably should watch, and then it's just not gonna happen. Why is this question mark upside down? Oh, Fruit Bat Factory. Fruit Bat Factory. Just like how I keep telling Luigi that I'm gonna watch season 4 of Don Machi. Maybe even season 3. I don't know if I ever watched season 3. Actually, wait a second. Did I watch season 3? I think I watched season 3. Season 1 was the Minotaur fight and then the 13th floor or whatever. And then season 2 was the War with Apollo and then the Ares thing, right? And then that was season 2, right? The War with Apollo and then the Ares thing. And then season 3 was the monster arc with Artorias. I don't know. I think I've watched season 3. I think it's season 4 that I haven't watched. There's a movie in between as well. Yeah. The Artemis movie. Yeah. I have seen that. That might have even been out before. Did that come out before season 2? It might have come out after season 2, but before season 3. Actually, it might have come out before season 2. I don't know. Oh, I also haven't watched Rent a Girlfriend season 2, so there's that. That one I'm gonna watch just because every time I go, what about the greatest anime ever? Rent a Girlfriend, and everyone else goes, no. Stop talking about it. I also haven't watched the new season of Dr. Stone either, so I should probably watch that. Okay, so we got Dr. Stone like season 3 or like season 2.5, like season 2 part 2, whatever it is. Stone War, another post, whatever, I don't know. Dr. Stone, Rent a Girlfriend, Don Machi, Haruhi, and then Luigi keeps telling me I need to watch Jujutsu Kaisen, and I keep saying that's cool, and then I don't watch it. Oh, and I guess Shield Hero. I thought I'd be all about watching it, and then I just didn't watch it, and then. And there's some stuff coming out now. I know Ragna Crimson is like a thing on High Dive, and there's one other one on High Dive, and then I think Cafe Goddess Terrace has also come out. You watch Code Geass? Geass? It's more like it's not like Code. Well, it's like Geass, right? Geass? Code Geass? Is that the one with the wait, hold on. See, I'm gonna say something very fun. I often get Code Geass and just a bunch of other ones combined. Like I can't really specify like what they are, but I just like everything. Like Gurren Lagann, Flag Butler, Code Geass, and something. Yeah. Which I'm sure has made some people very unhappy. Similarly, like I said that when I was like, oh yeah, when I was doing that, reacting to my own video, the anime opening video quiz, and Kiss of Death played from Darling in the Franxx, and I very boldly and confidently declared that this was the opening of Neon Genesis Evangelion, and that this was Cruel Angel's thesis. I knew I was like, that's gonna make some people upset. I was like, aha, this one's Evangelion. I know this one, Evangelion. Yeah, that was such a good part of that stream. That I think was the best part of that stream, like the last like 40 minutes. Once we weren't doing anything related to the actual stream, and Kawa was watching my stream and had my stream pulled up on his stream, and I had his stream pulled up on my stream, and we were watching one of my own videos. And I was just confidently saying what the names of each anime was for the opening. I think some highlights, once again, were calling Darling in the Franxx Evangelion. That was a pretty good one. Saying I didn't know what Sword Art Online was a pretty good one. Oh, saying that Black Clover was Boruto was pretty good. No. I called Black Clover Fairy Tale. I said that this was the fourth opening of Fairy Tale that started playing in episode 75, and that I had watched all 100 episodes of Fairy Tale, and there weren't any other episodes. I watched all 100 of them. What else were some good ones? Oh, I called Haikyuu Hajime no Ippo. That was a pretty good one. That was a good one. I think those are the best ones. I think calling Haikyuu Hajime no Ippo, and then the video saying that the name of the anime was volleyball with 2 exclamation points was pretty good. But overall, that stream was something. It was. If someone's seen Fairy Tale or Black Clover, I'd mix up their openings. Wait, hold on. I actually don't know what any of the Black Clover opening or Fairy Tale openings are like. It's been so long since I watched them. Why is this scrolled over so far? Okay. That was a pretty good one. But no. It was really fun because it was a very long, some might say too long. It's like 36 minutes. It's just a very long video of anime openings, except the twist is they're only anime openings that I know. So there's no theme. It's not like only shonen or only like anime from this period or like easy to pro. No. It's just openings that I would be able to identify if they were in a video, and that's it. They're only things that I know. Saying laid back camp, Yuru Camp. I think that was a good one. I said that Yuru Camp was an anime about a bunch of old men that aggressively stay home on staycations and don't go outside. That was a good one too. I did say that Yuru Camp was an anime about a bunch of old men who stay at their home and aggressively don't go outside. That was a good one. Thank you for that one, Pass Neon. That was good. Oh yeah, and then I upset Don by calling the opening of Wodakoi the TikTok song. And then Don said in chat they wanted a relationship like them for real, except because of stream delay, by the time that message had gone through, the opening for Domestic Girlfriend had started. And so I then was like, wait, what? What? You want a relationship just like them? What? What? You want a relationship just like just like Domestic Girlfriend? Excuse me? What? That was a good one. One of these I called a Hololive song. I don't remember which one it was, but I said that one of these was a Hololive song. Oh. It was Hey Huron Kids. I think that's the one it was. I said it was a Hololive song. That's what it was. I said I don't know why they put, the person who made this video put this song in. It's not from an anime. It's a Hololive song. I do remember that. I do remember that. And then I called Aoharu Ride a dark fantasy anime. And called Violet Evergarden Indigo Evergrande. Oh man, that was such a good stream. I can't wait to post that video. Anyway, it's now been almost an hour. If we wait about 50 more seconds, it'll be an hour since I said I was going to end the stream. I'll look forward to it. Yes, it'll be great. If you want to watch the thing, I'll get the link. If you want to watch the we don't need this. No, YouTube. I don't care about this extra stuff. I just need the shortened link. I don't need this extra stuff that nobody cares about. If you want to watch the video and see how many of them you get, here it is. Shameless plug for my own video. It's like 15 or 30 seconds of the song and then a brief part of the opening. You'll see just how little anime I actually know, and it'll be great. It'll be great. It'll be great. The stream is great. I will hopefully be live tomorrow, somewhere between 2:30 and 3:30 EST PM, obviously, not in the morning. Although I could stream in the morning. I could go live in like 5 more hours. Probably won't. Excuse me. It will be at 2:30 or 4:30, or it could be, or 3:30, or it could be like today and be at like 4 o'clock. Who knows? It'll be sometime, or not at all. So what I'm saying is, there will either be a stream tomorrow at some point, or there won't be. But it'll be something. It might be more Mamiya. I might take a break. I'm just thinking, is there any other games I can play where I don't need to talk? Are there? See, this is the problem. We were talking about this earlier. As somebody who like exclusively buys visual novels and doesn't play any other type of game, pretty much all the games require me to talk. Hmm. Play more Code Vein. I don't really want to. Code Vein isn't a very streamable game, I don't think. I feel like Code Vein isn't a very streamable game unless you're either playing it for the first time or you're on like several New Game Pluses, and I'm not. I'm on New Game Plus like 3, but I keep the difficulty the same as the base because I'm just doing it for the achievements, not actually to be challenged. Oh, 3 houses. I don't have to talk during that. I can just sit here in silence as I play anime chess. I might. Okay, so tomorrow I might hook up the Elgato, and we might play more 3 houses. The end of ooh, that doesn't look good. I'm looking over at my stream manager and my bitrate's in the red, but I look in OBS and it's all green. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna trust that Twitch doesn't know what it's talking about. We are on chapter 11. 11? Maybe we're only on chapter 9. Wait, hold on. Wait. Maybe we're either on 9 or we're on 11. It's one of the two. It's not 10. No, because we fought the Death Knight. So it has to be an even numbered chapter. We have to be in an odd numbered chapter because last chapter we fought the Death Knight, and I think he shows up every 2 chapters, or maybe it's every 4 chapters. Maybe he shows up on chapter. Well, I know he shows up on chapter 12. Does he also? And he shows up on chapter 4. Maybe it's every 2 chapters. Does he show up on 6? Maybe it's 6, 8, and 10. Maybe he doesn't show up in chapter. I don't know. All I know is that we fought the Death Knight last chapter, and that this month, this chapter is the dance. And we're going to go to the Goddess Tower with Mercedes. I think I chose her because I still need that cutscene. I'm missing it from my collection, so I still need that one. And I've made Marianne the dancer because I want an excuse to use her. So that'll be fun. I'll have to decide who we're gonna boot from the team. It's probably gonna be Ingrid, which makes me sad because I want to use Ingrid, but she's just like been absolutely awful this playthrough. She has gotten awful level ups. She says, "You want me to get more speed and resistance?" And I said, "No, literally anything else to help you. You don't have enough resistance to res tank. You don't have enough defense to take hits from the melee characters. You don't have enough strength to hit people. And you're still not fast enough to double people, so you just kind of run up, whack them with a wet towel, and run away." Ingrid. It makes me sad. Felix, on the other hand, being the absolute god unit that he is early game, just like, haha, I will double. Haha, my crest will activate and I'll do 5 more damage. Aha, I will crit. He's proved to be very resourceful. So that'll be fun. And yeah, hopefully as time goes on, it'll get easier. I'm still waiting. People say maddening mode gets easier the longer you play it, but um, I'm about a third of the way through the game, and it's still pretty hard. Anyway, I said earlier the classic Neon doesn't know how to end his stream, so he just keeps talking and keeps reiterating the fact that he will be live at a certain point in the future and playing a game. I'm gonna keep doing that, and eventually, at some point, past Neon would decide enough is enough, and he'll say thank you all for watching, and then he'd say I'm gonna press a button, and I'm gonna do a thing, and then he'd try to time it with the animation so it's not weird, and he would say thank you all for watching, and bye, and then he press a button. He pressed a button. He doesn't know what button it was, but he thinks that he accidentally pressed the wrong button and then pressed the right button afterwards. But then, this will play, and Jotunheim Lullaby will appear, and half of the time, old Neon would say, but what if Jotunheim Lullaby didn't play, and he would instead play a song befitting of what happened in the stream, except now, this time, current Neon doesn't have a song like that prepared, so he is vamping for time while he decides whether or not he wants to just cuck Jotunheim Lullaby by muting it right now and not letting it play, and playing a song that will most certainly get him some sort of copyright claim on YouTube. What's a Mamiya song? What's a Mamiya song? What's a good Mamiya song? I'm thinking Lifeless by Mosaic. I'm thinking Lifeless. Oh wait. Where's my favorite? Where's my? Please. Okay. I think I got it. This is gonna be a song befitting of Mamiya. I know that when I hear this song, I think of Mamiya. Every time I hear it, I go, man, this song reminds me of Mamiya. I should go play Mamiya. And you're about to hear what it is. Let's see. It is as thus, as I mute this, and then say, music audio, capture Chrome, play the song, go!
I fall in love with every girl I see on TikTok. At least I don't go follow every page. And what is it that makes me such an incel? And why is every one of them my age? Dyed hair and thigh-high stockings, semen jokes and dead deceitful lies. A fake smile and a thirst for danger. I swear to God this happens all the time. I fall in love with every girl I see on TikTok. At least I don't go follow every page. And what is it that makes me such an incel? And why is every one of them my age?
Thank you all for watching.